Dewch efo ni i'r Ffair Aeaf rwan ar S4C sy'n cynnwys Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar y botwm coch. English language commentary is available throughout this programme. Just press the red button if you're watching us on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media. And if you have a TiVo or Sky Q box, access settings and use the audio selection option. Any problems? Please contact our viewers hotline. Draw ni'n fyw felly at y criw yn Llanelwedd.
Good morning and welcome to the Royal Welsh Showground for this, the first day of the Winter Fair. And as you know, Christmas is on the horizon and the Christmas festivities can start officially now that we're here back at Llanelwedd. Carnarvonshire, of course, is the featured county this year, and this is the last main event for them. Their period is slowly coming to a close, and they had a fabulous start to the Winter Fair last night in the Cattle Ring, where the carol service was held. Well, we'll be broadcasting live here on S4C for the next 2 days. So as the on-screen presenters are about to introduce themselves, let me introduce the team that we have here on the English language commentary service. Let's start with a familiar voice. Gerald Lewis, good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and good morning, and good to be here again.
Yes, Gerald's been broadcasting from the Winter Fair and the show in the summer for many, many years now. But Gerald, for those viewers who perhaps might be joining us for the first time, let's have a little bit of your background. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
The good or the bad?
Both.
Yeah, I'm Gerald Lewis. I farm in Gwynfair, down in Llangarreg there with my wife. We used to run a beef and sheep unit, but we now just run sheep only. I compete in the sheepdog world around the country, which I'm very fortunate takes me around and meet a lot of very good people as well. And obviously I've been commentating on this here and meet a lot of competitors, and easily sitting in my chair here and watching the competitors doing the work and talking about them is far easier.
It's good to have you back, Gerald, and it's also nice to be able to welcome a new member of the team, and that's Erin McNaught. Bore da, Erin. Welcome aboard, as they say.
Bore da.
Now then, tell us a little bit about yourself, Erin.
So I'm Erin McNaught and I'm farming in Bala in North Wales. We've got a beef and sheep farm, so we run 400 ewes and also rear dairy cross beef calves.
But you were also a member of the Welsh language commentary team during the show in the summer, being ringside. What are you looking forward to in the Winter Fair this year?
Well, it's just nice getting together again, isn't it, and seeing raining, but this time obviously I'll be watching it in front of the screen, so a different experience I'm sure, but if it's raining I think I'll be quite glad to be inside as well.
It's an opportunity to see everything that the fair has to offer without having to do the legwork.
Yes, exactly.
We've also have Rachel Thomas with us as well, a well-known figure in the horse world. She's been judging here at the Royal Welsh and the Winter Fair, and of course in the Horse of the Year show as well. Rachel, what are you looking forward to? Busy 2 days ahead?
Morning, Gareth. Yeah, it's always nice to come. We've had a bit of a break from shows now, and it's a unique atmosphere here. The tent is quite a unique area as well for some of the horses, especially if it's windy, as it has done on several occasions, and icy, and it really tests the youngsters out, their temperament really, because it's quite an exciting atmosphere. But it's nice to get together. It's a nice Christmassy feel, and it gives these animals a chance to come out, some of whom we haven't seen before. Some might have been in the summer show, so it's interesting to follow new ones, follow some that might have been out, and nice to have the horses here, which, as you know, are a fairly new addition to the Royal Welsh since Foot and Mouth, and they came in and introduced them.
And the heavy horses are here for the first time.
Yeah, new for the first time, yeah, and I think they're popular. Everyone loves to see a heavy. So, and obviously we had Martin Clunes judging in the summer show, and he's a big advocate of the heavy. So I think it's a really good move. But it'll be interesting to see what arrives, really.
Well, that's a brief introduction to the commentary team we have here. As you could well appreciate, there's a big team behind the scenes as well, and one member of the team that was with us for the best part of 25 years. He's not with us, unfortunately, this year. John Markham, the sound engineer, he's been taken ill, but we do wish him all the very best, and hope he has a very speedy recovery. We all thinking about him, and I know he'll be sat at home watching the coverage from Llanelwedd over the course of the next 2 days. So yes, speedy recovery, John. Right, let's see what the weather has in store. Everybody wants to know exactly what's ahead of us over the course of the next 2 days. Branwen Gwyn from the S4C Weather Department is here to tell us it has been raining overnight here in Llanelwedd and early this morning, but fortunately it's dry at the moment, and it's likely to stay dry for the rest of the day. A couple of scattered showers in the very far west, and as you can see, the temperatures vary. It'll be around 8 degrees centigrade here in the Llanelwedd area. Tonight, well, a cloudy evening again, some scattered showers to the west. Some can be quite heavy, especially on the Llŷn Peninsula, and it'll be around 3 degrees centigrade in the Llanelwedd area this evening. Tomorrow morning, a few showers here or there, but they will clear, and the rest of the country will see some sunshine, and the temperatures once again here in Llanelwedd will be about 7 degrees centigrade. And we'll have a further update about the weather later on. It's ideal weather if you're thinking of visiting the showground, and there's plenty to see, of course. All the competitions. There's maybe a chance to do some early Christmas shopping. But we're going to head off to start with in the cattle ring. So it's straight over to Erin and Gerald.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. Our first visit, Erin, to the cattle, and as customary here in the fair, we start with the heifer sections, right through the pedigree sections, and all the way through to the commercial beef, the crossbred sections after. So, unfortunately, then, we don't see a great deal of numbers coming through in the pedigree section. A lot more farmers are focused on the crossbred sections, and we will see a larger number, but still, quality is very good.
Yeah, and I'm sure starting off with the Welsh Blacks as well, a native breed obviously, so I'm looking forward to seeing this class, and especially now I'm seeing one of them in the ring, and Deo showing his heifer, Mynach Gwenfair the 29th, so I'll be rooting for him.
Yeah, fair dues, yes. It's nice to see that the young men and young people are coming forward and showing these animals and taking great pride in producing, and I'm sure every Welsh Black, as we see and allude to in the summer show, then that a lot of them would like to come to the fore, but they are up against the serious confirmation of the continental cattle later on, and it will take an exceptional good heifer to pass the continentals, but let's hope and wait and see, isn't it?
Yes, it's all about the judge's taste at the end of the day, isn't it?
That's quite right. And we have our first look then at our judge, is Mr. Mike Rowlands, who will be judging over all of the heifers here in this first day at the fair, right through from the pedigrees to the commercials at the end. So Mr. Mike Rowlands is farmer up there, Dolwen, up Llynedloes there, and very keen showman himself, and has numerous successes here before.
Oh, good. So I'm sure he'll be looking forward for this experience judging the heifers.
Yes, indeed. I'm very lucky to have talked to a lot of the judges, and they say, like, yes, it's very nice to exhibit here, but actually get selected and to judge the best commercial fair probably in the world. To get asked to judge that is a real distinctive honour. Like.
Yeah, it's an honour, as you say. But starting off with quite a small class, it might ease its way into it.
Yeah, well, fair comment, yes, I suppose if the ring was full, yes. Yes, as I say, he has to examine every animal. And obviously it's first impressions count probably, but there's a lot more to show in than just standing there and producing it. There's a lot of work and testament to every handler that we'll see here over the next 2 days, the work that they put in, the training and the feeding and getting this right, and a little bit of trimming and washing. So yeah, but Mr. Mike Rowlands is the man to see. So anyway, we'll have to come back and see the result later on.
Welcome back to the Winter Fair here at the Royal Welsh Showground in Llanelwedd. We're heading to the horse ring now, not the one we're used to seeing during the summer show, but the indoor horse ring here at the Winter Fair. So let's join Rachel.
Thanks, Gara. So yeah, we're up in the now infamous horse marquee. So nice today because it's a nice, calm, fairly mild day. But in the past, obviously exhibitors have found it quite challenging when the tent, I think one year I judged the sport horses and I thought the tent was going to take off. So it was a good test of their temperaments that they could cope with that type of atmosphere. So we've come up to class 170, which is the first class of the day. So obviously we've got the coloured, and this is the coloured foal class. So these are chaps affiliated classes, and obviously for you coloured enthusiasts you'll know that there are two coloured societies, chaps and the BSPA. BSPA having their final at the Royal International, and chaps have their finals at Horse of the Year show. So there's a massive entry of, I believe, 38 in this, and obviously they're all in together today, so we'll have traditionals, natives, plattids, all in together. Obviously in the county shows we see around the circuit in the summer, they may well be split, especially in the chaps finals, and the riddens are split, so you'll have similar types then. But today, every foal, as long as it meets the coloured criteria, is in the same class. So we've got our judge today, which is Emma Boardman. Sorry, that's her maiden name. I know her as Emma Boardman. Emma Burrow now, and she has come down from Cumbria. So Emma, a very experienced lady in all different types of horses and ponies. She's won Hoys with a Section D, and I've also seen her very prominent in the coloured classes. And I do remember her, I think about 17 years ago, that she had an ROR. I remember her riding an ROR back in the day as well. So a very experienced lady there. She's on several panels, both of the coloured panels, UK Ponies and Horses, and as well as the Arab Horse Society. She herself judged the coloureds at Hoys in 2021. And she's also judged the Seas at the Royal Welsh, and she's also judged the coloured here at the summer show as well. And she has said that she one day would also like to be asked to judge the ridden Ds. So there we are, committee. So Emma will be looking for something with that immediate presence and look at me quality.
Mwyn gwylio holl gyffro'r Ffair Aeaf, ewch i'r wefan s4c.cymru/Ffair
Thanks, Rachel. Well, to see all the action from the Winter Fair, visit the website s4c.cymru/Ffair. English language commentary is available. You can watch clips from all the competitions on demand. And don't forget, we have a competition as well. A voucher worth £100 to spend at your local farm shop. That's all on the website. In the meantime, we're going to head over to the sheep ring and rejoin Erin and Gerald.
Yes, our first visit of the 2025 to the sheep shed, Erin, and we have a crossbred section, I believe, and show, and we have our new judge for this particular session is...
Yes, Mohammed Hanif Jaffer, all the way from Gloucestershire. He keeps sheep himself, but mainly he runs a retail butcher, which he runs with his brother. So I'm sure he'll know a quality animal when he sees it being a butcher.
Yeah, fair comment, but actually they're not without their jacket on. it's in the live here, so he has to assess what is underneath the wool and skin of this particular animal to see if it is an animal which he would like to have in his butcher's shop, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think he keeps Texel cross sheep. I'm sure he knows a bit about conformation, and
I would think so. He wouldn't be here if he didn't. But it's a interesting factor here, and all coloured sheep in front of our eyes. We don't see that very often in crossbred section, do we?
No, I can see. There's a Dutch spotted pair somewhere. These blue Texels are quite popular, aren't they? But yeah, the crossbreeds.
Everybody's trying to that attractive, and Emma, our sort of co-production states that she likes the glitter and that on these sheep, and on the black sheep it will show up, but I can't see quite so much at the moment. But every trick in the trade here for the exhibitors to catch the judge's eye, and as I say, them very attractive pair of Dutch spotted crossbreds, but a job for them to get a matching pair, wouldn't it, in colour only then?
Yeah, I'm sure, because the two pairs differ in colour-wise, one blacker than the other, so yeah, no, it's...
It would be difficult for him to assess that the same conformation, but that's what he's looking for, is a pair of animals.
Yeah.
We must remember that if there's slight difference in size of the animal or whatever, then, well, obviously then he should go for a pair of animals which are a matching pair in what he assesses probably underneath that wool. But then every judge has a different idea of judging, and different type of judging, and we'll see throughout the day, we'll see different judges will start their lineup at one end, and some judges will pull a pair of animals to the fore, as we can see on the left hand side here at the moment, but it might confuse us later on, because we are sitting here watching, and we will see different judges will start at the other side of the ring. There seems to be no set style of a judge. Every judge is unique in their own style of judging,
which I'm sure as a handler can be quite confusing as well.
It can be confusing for us, I can tell you.
Not sure where to stand in line and who's the first or not.
Yeah, that's quite right. It is, and it is confusing on the odd occasion, but we only talk on what we can see. So we have half a dozen pairs in this particular class, and a very good lineup of lambs, as we will see, because this is the best of the best, and we will see what Mr. Jaffa decides which is his best pair.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the weights here now, and there's quite a variety of weights. You've got one pair 67 kilos, but then you go right up to 86.5 or 94 even. So yeah, there's quite a variation in weights as well.
Yes, and I suppose then that as a judge, he'd probably, whether he'd want a lamb in his shop, but at a say 20 kilo mark, well, obviously he isn't going to pick the 67 kilo lambs, is he? No. So he's got to go in that ring and assess which he thinks would suit his particular business. And if he goes off that track, well, then probably lose himself, wouldn't he? But no, it's entirely up to him to select a pair of animals, and we will see quite a significant difference in it's a combined weight of animals, actually, the 67 and up to the 90-odd. So we will see an animal probably could be 2 or 3 kilos heavier, but that's up to himself and to decide whether that he classes them a pair, even though there might be a significant size difference, but you would have thought that he would have gone for a sort of an equal sized animal. Judges, a lot of judges have different styles and different profiles on how they judge. We'll see a lot of judges will be turning the animals sideways throughout the show, so he gets a side-on view of both animals. A lot of judges will go round in front, but they all seem to, most of them, concentrate on the back end and the loin of the particular animal to assess.
And that's why it's important for the handlers as well, also to move, to show the sheep, in the way that reflects all their attributes.
That's the mark of a true showman, that leaves no stone unturned.
And we can see quite young handlers there as well, so it's great to see young lads and young girls taking an interest as well.
This is like Rachel alluded to before on the horses. It's in a confined space here today. These are not breed animals then, or whatever. These are carcass animals. So anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while and see what the result of this particular class.
Gerald and Erin, diolch yn fawr. We're going to stay in your company now, because we're going to go quickly from the sheep ring back to the cattle ring and rejoin the heifer Welsh Black class.
Yes, we're back, and as we've seen seen earlier on, there's 3 animals in this particular class, and Mr. Mike Rowlands is having them walk around the ring, and what we will see then, a lot of judges well, especially Mr. Mike Rowlands here, locomotion will be paramount in these animals displaying themselves, and it's quite a large ring, and we will see then throughout the day he will ask a lot of these animals to walk around, and it's not only that what is judged underneath the skin, it's locomotion and showing themselves off is paramount as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it's important that they're right in their feet as well, obviously carrying all that weight, and that they can walk correctly. I think, is he starting to line them up in order?
Yes, it looks like he did make a bit of slight selection, so yes, he will give him once more over, and then make his final decision before he goes to the steward to award the rosettes.
It'll be an interesting result to see. I know there's only 3 in the class, but sometimes when you've got a small class, it's even worse, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps he's trying to play to the crowd a little bit or whatever. But no, indeed, he has to be very thorough, and every animal deserves to be examined. Whether Mr. Mike Rowlands in his own thought process then when he's handled, thinking, well, this one is probably a little bit better or whatever. But it is his duty, and as a gentleman, he would go around and show every animal the same courtesy and examine them from top to bottom, we could say then.
No, of course. And I'm sure there's a lot of work getting the cattle prepared. I'm just thinking now of my own cattle, how much work it would get to get them all cleaned up for a show. I wouldn't know where to begin.
Well, as I alluded to before then, yes, there's hours and hours that goes on to present these animals here in this show, because you just look around this ring of all the colours and all the noise and all the people and all the movement and everything going on. It's a real testament to the handlers that they can bring these animals out of the particular sheds around the country and come here and exhibit their cattle standing there as quiet as they are, with a strange person putting his hand on them.
Well, yes, yeah.
So there you are. Mr. Mike Rowlands has made his decision in the first class, and it's the Welsh Blacks, and it's number 2 that has come to the fore. Number 2 is Wacom Errol, the 47th. She's weighing 593 kilos. And as we will see, all the way, sorry, it's Evans, sorry. Elgin Evans has come to the fore, and it's Cumnat Nasi, 7th, and she's 604 kilos.
So she was the heaviest in that class as well?
Yes, and what we'll see throughout the show is usually, I'm sticking my neck on the line here, usually what we'll see is that 600 plus kilo animal will come to the fore. It's a butcher's animal, and an animal that will die of a carcass weight of quite a considerable weight, which they will want. And obviously we'll see later actually tomorrow then, you will see the heifer judge and steer judge come together. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see that.
Os mwy o gystadlu i ddod? O, da i do, yndi do. Pob lwc i ti. Go
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, first day of this year's Winter Fair. And Aaron Pew has ventured into the Young Farmers section, and he's joined by a familiar face, Hugh David, and she's here as the, well, she's also the Welsh Language Development Officer with the YFC, but today she's here. They have a book launch, and they're quite excited about launching this book called Ni'n Sgwennu Nawr, which is a collection of short stories, some funny stories, and two Welsh authors, Annie Llun and Bethan Gwanas, have been helping members of the Young Farmers, budding authors, I suppose, and the outcome of that particular experiment is this book that they're launching here at the Winter Fair today. They had a session in Tŷ Newydd up in North Wales and one in Aberystwyth, and that's where they were in those workshops developing the stories, and we have a collection of short stories. There's some funny stories, there's some poems there, and last year's chair and crown winners from the Young Farmers Eisteddfod are also published in this book. So we're quite excited. There's a variety there, and it's nice to have them all in one book, and we're really happy to see it being launched here today. And Aaron's just asking Elliw what her role is within the Young Farmers, and she, as I mentioned, she is the Welsh Language Development Officer, and that's keeping her very, very busy, of course. And Aaron and Elliw were on a tour around the Welsh primary schools very recently. Right, we'll see Aaron later on. In the meantime, let's head back into the horse ring and rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the horse marquee, and we're back at the Coloured Championship. So that in front of us is the foal winner, Sophia Chambers, Tweedfell, out of the ordinary. And then the second there, 2033, Lynn Scott's. Within at the showstopper. Sorry, my apologies. This is the foal final placing. Well,
Sophia Chambers, you're
this will be
in
first
English. Winner of the Royal Welsh Winter Fair 2025. You've made that long journey all the way from just the other side of Builth. But that short journey has very well been worthwhile.
Oh, it absolutely has. The early morning was definitely worth it.
Now, we usually see you in the ridden classes, but now you're doing in hand. What's the future for this one?
His dad is by the very renowned Boston, who's produced a lot of stock for the ridden job, and I hope he'll follow in their footsteps. And he's got the most amazing temperament as well.
Well, many congratulations and good luck in the championship. Da iawn, Sophia. Llongyfarchiadau.
So we will see Sophia back in the championship shortly, where she will compete against the winner of the yearling class. So a nice class of foals there, mainly the traditional and native types there, not quite as many platted. So we'll return to the horse line shortly.
Well, join in the fun of the fair by contacting or following us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and of course TikTok. But if you're not happy for us to broadcast your comments, well, state that in your message. Go to s4c.cymru/ffair for all the details. Right then, we were here earlier on. Let's head over to the sheep ring for a result.
Yes, welcome back to the sheep ring, and we see there's our judge, Mr. Jaffa, has made his decision therein, and it is Laura Pritchard that has come to the fore and won this first class.
Oh, brilliant to see as well. Lovely pair of lambs.
Yeah, number 661. 661, yes, is the first pair to win prize here at the Winter Fair. And we will see, as customary, then these will transfer into the next section, and next section of the competition, and number 661 is weighed in at 93 kilos combined weight. So it's quite a good weight. So we'll say, they, what are they? Where's your maths, Erin? 46.5 kilos each. And killing out percentage of high in the show here will be 47 or 8%. So we are talking 21.5, 22 kilo lamb. Perfect, I would think, for Mr. Jaffa's butcher shop.
Yeah.
We just have to see if you back his judgment later on and buy them, though, won't we?
Well, yeah, and I know Laura relatively well, and she's quite a keen young farmer, and I think she was actually on work experience with Maynard when she was in college, so I'm sure this is a nice moment for her as well.
Well, congratulations. Let's hope we come back later on and see them in the final later on.
Mae cynhyrchwyr gorau Cymru yma yn y neuadd fwyd. Be gymwch chi rwan? Ydy mae'n amser i ni ddechrau meddwl am siopa nadolig efallai, prynu anrhegion. Mae yna amrywiaeth, yr amrywiaeth arferol yma yn y neuadd fwyd. Mae yna rhyw 70 o stondina yma i gyd eleni. Mae gennych chi hufen iâ a chrempoga. Mae gennych ni bob math o bethau sawrus yma yna, selsig, seidr y cyddi. Bore da, shmaid, a chi'n iawn? A fo, mae'n weddol dawel yma ar hyn o bryd. Helo, wild Welsh meat yma yna, helona. Wedyn mae gennym ni'r fudge yma'n hyn. Lwch, mae'n dechrau prysuro fo'n barod. Ac yna olew o bob math a blasau gwahanol gan Pembrokeshire Gold yma'n hyn. Wedyn y Mountain Mead. Y Mangor mae hwn yn cael ei gynhyrchu ac wedi ennill 5 gwobr aur yn Sbaen yn ddiweddar. Y Malaga, iechyd da? Mae gen nhw achos dathlu. Dwi'n cyfarfod Emma fan hyn, Emma Levandovic, sy'n gweithio i Cywain. Ac fe rwyt ti'n creu dy bodlediad produce dy hun, felly dyma dy nefoedd di am o'n i, ynddo? Ond ti roed i bod yn y neuadd fwyd o'r blaen?
Na ddo, beth di bod yma o'r blaen.
Be di dy argraffiadau di wrth gwrwydro?
O, mae'n ffantastig. Mae yna gymaint o cynhyrchwyr dwi wedi gweithio yma gyda'n barod, a mae jyst really cyffroes i weld o bod brysur yma.
Ac yn dy bodlediad, wyt ti'n rhoi cynghorion i ni ar sut i greu hamper, achos mae hwn yn rhywbeth amlwg poblogaidd at y Nadolig. Felly dyma'r daith i ni heddiw yma, i lenwi hamper. Lle ti'n mynd â fi i ddechrau?
Wel, gyntaf o'n i i Welsh Homestead Smokery efo Chris a Claire. So, mae yna niferoedd o jamiau spicy, maen nhw'n mynd o mild i really boeth, a hefyd mae gennyn nhw smoked bacon jam, sef yn really poblogaidd, a a giftable sort of collection bach sydd gennyn nhw ar y top yma'n hyn.
Perffaith ar gyfer dy hamper di, ynddi?
Yndi.
Hi Claire, where are you based?
Bore da, we're near Tregaron.
Right, and where do you get your chilies?
All from the UK, we don't fly any in, so different chili farmers basically, Oxfordshire, Cornwall, Bedfordshire, and they get them all, hundreds of kilos to us every year.
And who comes up with all these different tastes?
That's me.
And which is the best seller?
The lemon drop, believe it or not, the yellow one, which you wouldn't think. You'd think people, if they're going to go for a chili jam, they'd go for a red one.
Ti'n siŵr blasu'r lemon drop?
Nes i syth fewn do.
It's got a little bit of heat, but it's not too much. Some of them have got quite a lot of heat. This is the test.
Yeah, a lemon drop, felly.
I can't lie.
And what about the bacon jam and the chorizo jam?
Yeah, so the bacon jam we started making to use up the trim from our bacon.
Yeah.
And now we sell so much bacon jam, we make a lot of bacon just to make the bacon jam. So that's just launched into Ocado, so if anyone gets Ocado deliveries, look for that and the lemon drop one on Ocado.
Ardderchog. Hey Claire, I hope you have a good fair.
Oh, diolch yn fawr.
Perffaith ar gyfer yr hamper, os gael ei yma.
Yep, that's perfect.
A digon o ddewis.
For a hamper, plenty of choice, lot of variety, and especially would be ideal with the cold meats on Boxing Day after Christmas. So after some chili, I fancy a coffee, and they're going to the Coffee Dre stall, and this company was at the Royal Welsh in the summer, but they're at the Winter Fair for the very first time. A company based in Carnarvon, of course. And Emma, who's with me here, is a bit of a fan of Coffee Dre coffee. Yeah, every time I see them anywhere, it's a beeline straight towards coffee dre. My favourite is the Segontium.
A mae hwn yn decaf
It's a really good decaf coffee.
Decaf really da ar gael, so mae hwn yn...
There aren't many good decafs available, but this is certainly one of them.
It's in specific in Mexico. Felly does ddim cymegion yn cael ei ddefnyddio i decaffeinatio fo, so mae'n cadw'r glas gwreiddiol y coffi.
Mae'r brandio'n drawiadol iawn.
The branding is quite spectacular.
Fi dod o Gaernarfon, mae Kevin
well, Emma comes from Caernarfon herself. And all these pictures on the front of the wrappers are from the Caernarfon area.
Pwy sy'n gwerthu o'r Cerwyn?
Porthrair, swn i ddweud.
What's your bestseller? Well, Porthrair is the bestseller at the moment. It's our medium espresso, and it's very, very popular. It comes from Colombia. And how many coffee beans are you hoping to get through in the next 2 days? We're hoping to get through about 100 kilos, fingers crossed. So we'll have a bit of a quick coffee here, but we will be back in the food hall later. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. First day of this year's Winter Fair. We're with you live on S4C until 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're heading now to the cattle ring, and it's back to Dylan.
Yes, and back to the continental pedigree heifers now then in the limousine section, Erin, and not a very large class in front of us again, but in the past we have actually witnessed pedigree heifer coming to the fore and winning the overall show. I wonder, are we looking at a winner here?
Yes, it's quite a favoured breed, isn't it? Especially for their carcass. So I'm looking forward to this class.
Yes, four heifers in this class here, and very, very similar weights. It's about as close as I think I've ever seen, from 598 at the lightest to 605 in the heaviest. And so you would think they were very, very uniform. 4 heifers for Mr. Rowlands to assess, and he will be giving his diligent eye over these, and we see quite a difference in sort of shape and conformation on these animals, don't we? Even though there's only 4 in here.
Yes, but looking from the screen now, they're quite uniform. I'm just seeing the back end of the 2 heifers in front of us. The one on the right could be a touch smaller, maybe, than the one on the left. And on the left's got quite a bigger backside. But all in all, the limousines, they're quite a uniform breed. And, I'm sure it's quite a difficult class.
Oh, it is a very difficult class. Yes, indeed. I mean, but as I think the carcass, general carcass of the cattle in the UK has moved on a lot, because on the introduction of the continental cattle many, many years ago, they were all very excessive back ends, and that's what we've seen. But the most expensive cuts of the animals as of today is coming from the loin. So now we are seeing the continental breeders now have tried not to lose the back end, obviously, but they are trying to breed that more uniform animals like throughout, then, if you understand. So, and Mr. Rowlands will be quite up to judging that, because he's a commercial man in showing himself, so he will examine these animals right throughout the particular animal. And as we stated before, then locomotion in them very excessive back end cattle was not good, whereas these people now these cattle will walk correctly around the ring and show themselves off to the best. So there we see Mr. Rowlands instructing them to walk around the ring. So although he's had his first hands on and probably assessed the meat in the right place and how hard these animals are, but he's now going to assess them walking around and showing themselves off.
Yeah, and we see, there's a variety of ways that they've trimmed them. We've got some that's trimmed the heads and left the ears, obviously a bit fluffy, and then trimmed the back line, the top of the heifer, and some that have left that. So it's like quite a variation as well of their preference in trimming the cattle.
Yes, but it's the underlying top line is the paramount, and back end is what again. But all these are professional people that can turn these animals out outstanding, and what they do is then they leave no stone unturned, and if they think that they can, with the trim in, that they can make that animal look just a little wider here and a little bit wider there, or that they will do so. And as you can see, every animal's tail is fluffed out and shaved down so far, so there's covering down, say, the hock of the animal.
Yeah, and making the back end look a bit bigger as well. There's tricks on the trade, isn't there?
And yeah, you're learning fast at it. Fair dues, yeah. No tricks unturned, yeah. But we see a very good exhibition of limousine cattle there, the pedigree heifers, and it'll be quite interesting. I find this, that if one of these animals go forward, will a pedigree herd come along and purchase this, or will a butcher go forward? So it's quite interesting that a pedigree animal is here in a commercial fat stock show then.
Yeah, and of course you get the choice, don't you, either to sell or not. So it will be interesting to see if this heifer will be going on to breeding or not.
That's quite right.
Let's see, I think Kai now is standing on the top end. Is that meaning that he's starting to make his decision?
Well, he's drawn them in as they were actually standing originally, but whether he, drew them in that particular order in the start, I don't know. But Mr. Rowlands knows exactly what he's doing, and it is looking as if he is looking towards the stewards. He has made his decision, and if that's so, if we are correct, then it's number 8.
Yeah, it'll be Kai.
Glan Cadogan Velvet. And so, yeah, he's made his decision. So, Glan Cadogan Velvet.
From the Edwards brothers. So, Kai showing him there. And they're quite very local to me in Denbighshire. And I know they've been having a lot of successes throughout the showing season in the summer, and also, I think, as well in the English Winter Fair. And they were showing cattle. So, quite well-known expertise.
And they have done very, very well in the past year. We've witnessed them then taking the top honours here many times before, so that's a good start to the show. And I'm sure this excited young man, he's probably got plenty of commercial cattle come through in the heifer section and the crossbred heifer section and the crossbred steer section later on in the show. So, but to get that first rosette, red rosette then and go forward.
It starts the day off with a high, doesn't it?
You are quite right.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing
You've got to be in it to win it.
Well, yeah, exactly. And he always shows good cattle in the Ruthin fat stock, so that's where my local market. So I'll look forward to seeing what he produces out there as well.
Yeah. But as I say, a good start to the show for the Edwards brothers. And in retrospect to the other animals, I mean, coming here, it's the first prize rosette that goes forward, but all the others are exceptional good animals anyway. Anyway, we'll see this heifer tomorrow in the championship.
Yes, we certainly will, and we will be returning to the cattle ring a bit later on, but we rejoin Aaron. He said, there are 2 things I've always wanted to see in the Winter Fair, and ticked 2 boxes here, because I found a tractor, and I've also come across Father Christmas, who is John Lewis. And he's got a busy day, or 2 busy days ahead. They're raising money for Cancer Research Wales. Next year, they've made 2 little tractors. This one is Sian. There is a Sean as well. And if you have a look at the map, they're going to drive the 2 tractors from Carnarvon Castle, one down the west coast, the other down the eastern side of Wales all the way to the Cardiff Castle. Both tractors start at the same time and hopefully arrive the same time at Cardiff Castle, and I'll be calling by several young farmers clubs on the way, and the idea of course is to raise money for a very worthy cause. And this is going to happen in June, at the end of June next year. And these tractors, by the way, have been donated by local companies. And obviously they'll be hoping for some good weather in June next year for the journey, because as you can see, there's no cab on either tractor. And the colours, by the way, denote the different types of cancer that there are. Yellow, the predominant colour, because that represents the children's cancer. And as you can see, they're raising money via QR codes, and you can scan your credit card, your bank card, or whatever, and donate as much money as you want. Big question, Aaron. Is this tractor working? Make sure the brakes are on. Here we go.
Right.
Let's see if we can fire her up.
Right.
Here we are. Problems already. They've got until June next year to fix it. Aaron's just pleading innocence by saying, I haven't touched anything at all.
John, mi danio ddi y cyn, ynddo?
Danodd hi'n iawn gyn ni. Yeah, she fired up earlier on. Let's give it another go. No, nothing doing.
Be am drio cerdded o Carnarvon I gael?
Aaron just suggesting, yeah, you may well be walking all the way from Carnarvon Castle to Cardiff Castle. Anyway, all the best for next year. Well, don't forget our competition, a chance to win a voucher worth £100 to spend at your local farm shop. Watch the video on the website and answer this question. How much was Twilight, last year's Winter Fair Grand Champion, sold for at auction? Was it A, £4,500, B, £7,000, or C, £8,500? The rules are on the website, and the competition will end at 4 o'clock on Tuesday the 25th. And we'll be announcing the winner of on the Highlights programme on Sunday evening. Good luck. Right. We haven't been to the sheep ring for a while, and the sheep shed looks really, really busy. Let's head over there now and join Erin and Gerald.
Yes, you're quite right, Gareth, that the sheep shed is very, very busy. I think the sheep numbers are to the maximum this year, and I do believe that the Winter Fair Society had to do the unfortunate task of actually turning some competitors away because they were oversubscribed in numbers in the start. So they had an alternative. They could have built another shed, though, couldn't they? But no, indeed, no. The sheep shed is full to top, and as we can see, and what we have seen then is exceptional good quality so far, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure the atmosphere there throughout the day, all those people around the ring, watching eagerly to see how the judges are, judging the sheep, and also, who will be the winner.
Yes,
it's a great place to be in the show.
Yes, indeed, and as I stated, all judges have their different sort of format of judging, and this is our first look then at our crossbred section here, and we see the judge is a local lady just down the road there in Mrs. Sarah Gibbons, and her and her husband then Steve Gibbons then have been regular exhibitors here in the Winter Fair, and this is the first time, as she has stated, that she has the honour of judging, and she says she's still pinching herself at being actually asked to do this particular job. So a very capable lady, and because she knows what it takes to win this particular competition.
Yeah, she always says that the Winter Fair is her favourite, which is sure, it's had some people compete in the summer one, the Royal Welsh obviously, and then you've got the Winter Fair, and it's nice that the two shows are greatly appreciated, and obviously different stock turning out in both.
Yes, indeed, and this particular butcher's weight is probably the largest class right throughout, and what we will see is that they split it in sections, and they try their best to get a sort of equal weights within each individual section of it, and this is the actual section between 86 kilos, the matching pair, and 90.5 kilos. So I would hazard a guess to say we're probably in the strongest section of this, because there was a state these lambs will die exceptionally well, have a very, very high percentage. So these are the sort of the ideal carcass weight in which the butchers would require. But still, we'll have to wait and see what Mrs. Gibbons decides which is the best pair, and we see a variation of colours and shapes and sizes.
We see the belt texes now she's looking at, or belt tex type.
Yes, indeed, and we can see then what we'll see right across is a different degree of trimming, and we see that belt tex pair just been taken up to the top end line as extremely hardly trimmed, aren't they? So,
and then you're looking now at this next pair, who hasn't been trimmed quite as much, have they?
No, indeed, no, and but it's still up to Mrs. Gibbon to decide what is underneath that trimming.
And she's, carefully touching the lambs there. But usually, the belt texes are quite popular with the judges, aren't they? Because of their conformation.
The belt tex, they do call it the carcass breed. I mean, I think they are now improved, just the same as we've alluded to in the cattle section, then that there is more to the belt tex now than the big back ends, and they have bred them very, very well, and even though they've got an excessive back end, they are still very, very good. And we see here then an exceptional good pair of lambs, and probably a little bit of Texel and Beltex mixed in, because it is a crossbred butcher's section, so it's getting that balance of one breed or the other.
And again, getting an equal pair as well. It's difficult in that.
That's quite right.
When you've got the crossbreds, because it is hard.
Yes, indeed, and as a testament to these shepherds here, then they will come to the fair here with aspirations of coming to the top, and so they will leave no stone unturned. And a pair of animals is what is in the title of the competition. So it's up to the judge to deem which is the most matching and best pair, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure it's extra work having to touch two and look through the two animals when you've only got maybe one. Then it's maybe a bit more straightforward to remember the attributes of each.
That's quite right. But like we've seen in the cattle section, then these lambs here have been trimmed to perfection, and
I think she's made a decision, has she?
I don't know quite yet. We'll have to just wait and see. But she's bringing the animals. Oh, indeed, so she's bringing them off the ring. So as I stated earlier on, then Erin, we're going to see a different type of judging, but we'll have to come back later on to see what Mrs. Gibbon has decided in this particular class.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Gerald. Well, we haven't been to the horse ring for a while. Let's head over there now and join Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've come back to the coloured section, and these are the yearlings. So looks like a nice big class. Again, with the colours all mixed in together. And, yeah, 24 entries. So again, a nice entry. So a real mix of types here. You've got your platted, which some of these will obviously be coming back for the sport horse class tomorrow, and some might be eligible for the part-bred classes, which are later in the day. So I think with the coloured, you sort of got a multi sort of a multi-chance. There are more than one class you can go in. It's quite tight in there for the bigger animals, especially a class full of sport horses, but obviously in here we're mixed. So we've got, as you can see, some horses and some that will continue and to be in the pony classes. Once they're older and they come out of the saddle. So Emma Boardman from Cumbria. For those of you not here earlier, she's very well known. Sits on both coloured panels today. This one is actually affiliated to Chaps and BSPA, because there are also prizes for BSPA registered animals. As well as Chaps animals. So Emma has won Horse of the Year show with both platted ponies, show hunter ponies, Section D. She's also been the ride judge here of the Seas, as well as the coloureds. So now she's having a turn at the Winter Fair. Many years ago I also saw her on a riding horse, so she's used to all different types of breeds.
George Della, with Gweld, Relid, Queen of Hearts.
And obviously with the coloureds, you're looking for the best of its type, but I think sometimes, yes, you are looking for the best of its type, but if you are a person that predominantly likes your sport horse, platted types, your thoroughbred types, then sometimes you would tend to favour that type. So I think the coloureds are a bit of a lottery, really. And as you can see, this one's very minimally marked, whereas some have a lot of predominantly white. Again, that can be, you're not judging them on colour, but we're going to come back and see a result here a little bit later on.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and it's a welcome back to the food hall. Leah is still wondering about the food hall with Emma Lewandowicz, who represents Cyfan. And Cyfan can be seen in the background with new producers. And Leah's just pointing out that she can remember the Pembrokeshire Chocolate Company a while ago being on the Cyfan section in the food hall, but now they're here on their own, and that's the whole point really with Cyfan. When they promote new producers, it's nice to see them then being able to return to the show on their own, as it were. And as you can see, there's a variety of different chocolates available here. Seaweed, I can see there, dark salted caramel, mince pie flavoured chocolate as well.
Away from us, we use their Dove seaweed, so it's all very, very local, but it's our newest flavour. Very nice.
Mae'r pecynnu'n yn drawiadol iawn, dydy.
And yeah, once again, it's just referring to the fact that the packaging is very, it's an attractive way of packaging. Every different flavour have its own kind of, its own colour.
All very natural, handmade, so everything we have here is hand-wrapped, hand-labelled, all made. So my partner works for us, my sister works for us, and my mother-in-law, so it's a really small family business.
Who's the taster?
Oh, give you a taster if you want.
Who does that?
Me. I'm the chief taster.
Which is the favourite then?
Oh, probably Clementine Crunch is the favourite.
Okay.
So that's Clementine, honeycomb. Give it a go.
Oh, I love honeycomb.
Milk chocolate.
Nice.
Good.
Emma, beth ti'n mynd i gael?
Dwi eisiau trio'r seaweed o Sky. Can I try the seaweed?
Give it a go.
How would you describe that taste?
Yeah, what am I
seaweed,
expecting here?
It's a little bit of a salty sort of bar. So there's halin, more and coarse sea salt in it. And on top, we have that dull seaweed. So you feel that sort of flavour coming through at the end. There's a lot of salt. But an umami flavour, I think people call it. So it's very different.
It's a cut above the normal sort of sea salted chocolate, isn't it?
Ian, mae'n rhaid I ni fynd, ond diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thanks, Ian. We have to move on, but we're talking about filling a hamper. That looks good. The packaging is good. And obviously quite different, especially the seaweed flavoured chocolate. On your podcast, Emma, what kind of a reaction do you have? Because you talk about all kinds of different producers, and I'll discuss things with large companies, the smaller companies as well. Yeah, we obviously visit this food hall quite often during the summer show as well, and what's fascinating is the variety of produce that there are displayed here within the food hall, not only in the summer show but also here in the winter fair as well.
Dwi'n meddwl mae hwnna am explodio, a pickled stuff hefyd, pethau naturiol.
And Emma's just mentioning a few produces that she thinks will hit the market big time in the not too distant future.
Da ni'n mynd I oedi fan hyn?
Yep, Maggie's African Twist. So Maggie,
the next stall is Maggie's. She's based in North Wales, just outside Penargroes, which is just slightly south of Carnarvon. And she looks to be quite busy. And here for the first time, I believe.
Ti'n brysur, Maggie? Busy?
Indeed, dwi'n brysur iawn.
Yes, I'm very busy.
Amser gael preso.
She's dealing with the important bit. She's just taking payment for some of her produce.
Sort of levels of spicy.
So we're looking at spice here.
Sweet and hot lawr fanna, a wedyn ma'n really, really delicious I sort of gael chi marinade o fwyd mewn.
As you can see, there's chili sauce, a variety of different kinds there as well.
Beth i'r gair? So an all-rounder, perffaith I hamper.
Thank you so much.
You mentioned bringing a smile to us. Is that what this spice does?
Indeed, it does. It does. It really brings a smile to people's faces. And if you try the hot ones, bring some colour as well.
Which one would you recommend? I mean, where does one start?
Well, okay, so jollof spice, which is our new one, is quintessential African, quintessential South Africa, West African. And we fight wars over jollof rice, so now we've made the jollof spice. So that is the one that I'm recommending today. But our customer's favourite is Jamaican curry.
Which one's that?
So it's right here. And you might wonder Jamaican curry, but in Nigeria, where I grew up, we like Jamaican curries, which are fruity, as opposed to Indian curries, which you find in the shops here.
Lovely. You've got rice as well. What's so special?
I do. So it's from Malawi. It's called Malawi Kilombero rice. And it's the most fairly traded rice sold in the UK. But I love it because it's tasty. Sometimes I eat it on its own. It tastes like they've added butter to it without any butter. So yeah, it's great.
Delicious. Ac mae un peth sy'n anharo fi, mae 'na gwstad yma. What's this?
Mae 'na cwstad. Dwi'n cwstad arferol.
Yeah, this is custard for the hair.
Custard for the hair?
Yes.
Is it good?
It is really good. So the reason I sell it is because my hair was breaking and I developed this, and I've never had hair this long. This is my natural hair. I've never had hair this long, but it stopped the breaking. It really conditions the hair and it encourages growth. So it's a sweet treat for the hair.
Oh, hyfryd. Leave-in, gadlo mewn, ie?
Leave-in, yeah.
Ydy o'n flasus hefyd?
Dwi ddim di trio. So, dwi'm yn gwybod, but it's really good. But it only likes curly hair.
Oh, I got it.
It doesn't mean just my type. If your hair's curly, it'll love it. Your hair's straight, no.
Dim cwsod i si felly. Maggie, gobeithio gei di ddwrnod da. Diolch am y sgwrs.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
A diolch i ti dda am y tro. Da ni'n mynd nôl i Cywain nes ymlaen. Edrych ymlaen i pwy sy'n ar stondin Cywain heddiw.
Edrych ymlaen i croesawu chi nôl. Brilliant.
Diolch, Maggie.
So we leave the food hall, but we will be back there later on, no doubt. And we return to the cattle ring and rejoin Erin and Gerald.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. We're back in the cattle ring here with another pedigree herd, but this is a native pedigree, Erin, in terms of the beef shorthorns. And during the summer and that now, we've seen quite a large number of beef shorthorn cattle coming forward in the Royal Welsh Show, and it's nice to see that they have come in not that strong, but at least there's 3 very nice heifers here and coming forward in the winter fair as well. So
yeah, no, it's brilliant to see the native breeds, you know, being popular once more, and I do like the shorthorns, I must say.
I think they are becoming a commercial, like it was predominantly years and years ago, the Hereford cross cow, and then I think it's gone to the Limousine cross cow as a commercial cow with plenty of people using their Charlery and Limousine bulls on. But there is a lot of herds of beef shorthorns have come to the fore now, and they are very, very good animals, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of people putting a shorthorn bull on their commercial herd, and I think, you know, they're easier calving for one, and you know they do that nice top line, and you know that, yeah, I think they are something that's becoming popular.
Well, yes, and what it is, another thing is this native beef now. The schemes on the farming for the native beef. Bred beef, then cattle in the slaughterhouse, and you get a premium. So anyway, then we just see Tim Bodley taking the first prize in this section, and we will see him later on. Anyway, we'll move on.
Yes, we move on, but we stay with Erin and Gerald because we're back in the sheep ring.
Yes, indeed, and back to the class where Mrs. Givens was looking at earlier, and let's hope that she has come to a decision now, Erin. And
let's see who takes it. I'm seeing now Tyrion Griffiths, one of the first in line there. Well, of course, we don't know the result yet.
No, she hasn't actually made a decision yet, but tremendous lineup of lambs there, aren't they, to be fair, Erin? Every shepherd has done an exceptional job in turning these lambs out to this standard.
You know, you can see them readjusting or re-putting them back into position, getting those legs right, getting the lambs square.
Yeah, and gomos. Yeah.
And these lambs are trimmed to perfection, like Mrs. Given there is.
The hours
is say disturbing the wool, but it comes naturally back into position. And yeah, to be fair, they do an exceptional job. It's a difficult task which she has in front of her, but she looks as if she's made a decision, and we're starting from left to right there, as we can see. Two young gentlemen there, very, very happy.
Look at that, you know, they're quite
They
very
get to win
even.
this particular class or this section and go forward then to have a chance in the later competition then, to be fair.
And yeah, the winner, as we can see in front of us, Tyrion Griffiths, from Denbighshire, I believe. And he's, quite a renowned Beltex breeder, and we'll sure we'll see him in a lot of fat stock.
Yeah, and that pair is 90 kilos. Interesting to notice. The only thing we can't see if they're ewe lambs or ram lambs, because as we see in the beef section then, some of these heifers do go on as future breeders, or obviously the bullocks or the ram lambs or the castrated lambs will not go, but some of these ewe lambs will maybe have a future as breeding ewes as well. So that's all down to when they come to sell in the auction we will see tomorrow afternoon. With the business end is.
And I'm sure there'll be a buzz there as well.
Sorry?
There'll be a buzz there as well.
I would think there will be, yes, there always is, yes, to be fair. And as he stated and alluded to, a very good start for the show. To get a first prize, and we've seen in the cattle section then, as to go on towards the championship. Yeah, very good pair of lambs, to be fair. And as past has been in the winter fair here, the butcher's weight animals have done very, very well later on in the show. So hopefully we'll see these later on today or even tomorrow in the final classes, and I'm sure they stand a very good chance.
Wel, di'r graig yma'n licio os yma dan y gwely.
Gorfod o waith polisio. Sian gwerchiadau, ond mae'r arian siwr o fod yn dipyn o help.
Mae'n help ni, diolch.
Sian gwerchiadau.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd. And we're going to head for the first time during this winter fair to the pig ring, and we'll join Gerald and Erin.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Pigs. Erin tells me that she's exceptionally knowledgeable on pigs, so we're going to find out now in a minute.
Oh, quite the opposite, sorry. Not something that I've had much, not done much with. So it'll be interesting to see. I might learn a few things from you.
The pig section here, as we see then, is different to the summer then, in terms of the outdoors, obviously in the summer and in a big ring, but to keep these pigs, which are solely bred here for their meat, then they are kept in cages because it is quite difficult. They're not led, they're not handled in any form of fashion, although each handler has a board and a stick, as we can see, to try and keep them under control. Although this particular judge then would like to see them out and a bit of locomotion and moving around.
Well, I'm told that they can be quite vicious, can't they? For one another, if they're not used to each other.
That's quite right, yes, indeed. So it's up to that's where the boards and the sticks come into it and that. So we see the class here then is the modern purebred pig, and it's between 55 and 70 kilos, so it will be quite a uniform pig, and there is no actual breed section in these. These can be crossbred and called a modern pig, isn't it? So it can be of a makeup of all different breeds, and we will probably see, if we were lucky enough to see the makeup, the Petrine pig has become very strong in terms of conformation and that, and has been crossed with a lot of the native breeds, and the large white and the British white and whatever, so and the Welsh pig then, so we have no idea what these actual pigs' makeup is, but the colour in there seen on the back of that particular pig in shot there, that probably has come from the Petrine, because the Petrine has a fair bit of colour in throughout the animal, and that is a attractive wild little pig, and it's quite funny to see these handlers having to run around and try and keep these in check. But we have our judge there, Mr. Steve Lovelace, who states he's been judging for many years and has exhibited in very many major pig competitions, and he's won the Pig of the Year 3 times at the Supreme in Yorkshire, so I would have thought that he has travelled down quite a way to judge these, and but he's had the moment of running around, so it's back to visual assessment in the pen. You don't see much hands-on in pigs, neither.
No, but I'm sure the stewards have a lot of fun in this section, trying to keep control of them all.
Yeah. Well, let's hope we come back in a while and see what the result is.
Does dim angen I chi adael y soffa I gael blas.
Well, don't forget, there's more than one way of watching our coverage from the Royal Welsh. You don't need to leave the sofa to get a taste of all the winter fair has to offer. We're on S4C, S4C Click, iPlayer, Facebook and YouTube. And it's available worldwide. And English language commentary and subtitles are available. Don't forget our nightly programmes at 9 o'clock. For more information, go to the website, which is s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf.
Y beirniad Emma Burrow.
So, back to the horse ring. Here's Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back with the colours. So this, hopefully we'll get a result here for the yearling coloured class. Looks like 2050
sydd yn gyntaf, Gracington Moonwalker.
Top.
Yn cael ei ddangos gan Belcher Lee Harrington.
And this is T and BL Guyot and Harrington's Gracington
Lee Harrington
Moonwalker.
Ac anamal iawn I ni'n gweld newidiaeth yn y penderfyniad.
And 2046 there.
Wel ie, mae'n rhaid bod nhw'n astudio, mae'n bod rhywbeth o'i le, sy'n ni'n dweud
Lucy and Harry, Dyer and Brockley, Beau Wallace, Hocus Pocus. And coming forward to take third, 2040, Joanne Roscoe Casey's Abrams, Son of the Legends.
Yn yr ail safle mae
So 24 entries
Hocus Pocus
in this section.
Mae San Clair Candy Floss.
And as we said earlier, it's quite tight with the bigger animals in the tent. And as we said
earlier
with the colours, there are a mixed class with both your natives, traditionals and non-natives.
O'r type mae hon yn un lyflu.
Our judge, Emma Baroni Boardman, is pulling them forward from her initial lineup rather than sending them out again.
Wrth gwrs, ac mae dipyn o brofiad.
And I think that's it. She's
Emma Baron gwybod I pethau.
not going to take another look. She's made her mind up.
Gweld y dyfodol, lle gyfrwy falle.
The rosettes are there.
Dyna yn union bydd Emma yn chwilio amdano fo, oherwydd mae hi
She's made a decision.
hynod llwyddiannus yn cynhyrchu ceffylau tan gyfrwy yn un o'r goreuon.
So,
mae'n neud yn distaw bach, mae'n dawel.
The winning animal here has come from Essex, so a rather long trek. And this is a homebred by Great Eves Giovanni and out of the mare Billie Jean. So I believe this one belongs to
Moonwalker.
Terry Guyot, so prolific coloured breeders, and again, very nice to see homebreds winning.
Dipyn, ac erbyn hyn, maen nhw'n I weld yn ymddiddori mwy yn y cyffylau lliw.
Beth yw'r
Yeah, we haven't got a sponsor coming out for this one. So, second horse by Kimiko Hearts on Fire and out of Golden Smith. Again, another homebred. So a mixture here in these classes at the Winter Fair of breeders coming with their homebreds, and obviously we still got the professional producers in all classes across the Welsh classes and even in the colours. I think showing production has sort of exploded in latter years. So I think this is going to be an English interview for you.
Did you think you would start your morning this way earlier on?
No, we didn't, no. It's amazing, it's what we come trained for.
And what else have you got coming up now? You've got a championship next, but have you got any more competing?
No, no more competing today, just a championship and that's us.
So you've come with one, you've won your class, you've got a championship to come. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi.
So there we go. Hannah just conducting the interview there, so that's made the long journey from Essex worthwhile. And we're going to get a little look at this animal moving. We'll be back to the horse ring later on. Hopefully we'll catch the coloured championship for you.
Yn gynharach, fe gyflwynwyd gwobra ac ysgoloriaethau blynyddol.
Well, earlier today, the Royal Welsh Society was presenting their annual awards and scholarships. And there was one special memorial award launched here at the Winter Fair. It's the Di Jones Llanillar Memorial Award. And it's dedicated to the memory of the well-known farmer and presenter Di Jones Llanillar, a talented singer, renowned farmer and presenter of agricultural and entertainment programmes on radio and TV in Wales for over 50 years. And Di was a popular and much-loved personality. Now then, the award this year, the inaugural award, was presented this morning, and the winner's name was announced in the opening ceremony held in the cattle ring. And the task for applicants, by the way, was to develop an idea which could work as an item to be broadcast on S4C's platforms.
But ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Di Jones Llanillar Memorial Award for 2025 is awarded to Ellen Gwen Williams. Mae Ellen Gwen yn wreiddiol o Ddyffryn Clwyd.
Well, Ellen, who is originally from the family farm Ronfelen in the Clwyd Valley, now lives on Ynys Môn and Anglesey with her partner Owain and their two young daughters.
Elen Williams ydw i. Dwi'n 29. Yn reiddiol o Ddyffryn Clwyd efo yma. A di ymgartrefu yn Ynys Môn wan efo mhartnar Owain.
He has somebody who was raised on a farm. The connection with the world of agriculture continues, and Ellen now works for the Anglesey Agricultural Show. And during his time presenting the series Cefn Gwlad on S4C, Dai visited Ellen's family farm, and apparently they had quite a lot of fun. Ellen's winning idea was a project called Calon Cefn Gwlad, Heart of the Countryside, an item that would follow a popular event in her community, the Hiraethog Speed Share. And she said that the thought of the idea is a tribute not only to Dai, who passed away in 2022, but also to her brother Elgan, who died in 2004.
Bob Williams ar teulu. Ffodus iawn, dwi wedi cael nabod Dai Jones yn hun, wedi bod yma yn ffilmio nôl yn 2014.
Ellen, just remembering the period when Dai visited her farm to film for Cefn Gwlad, and they were having a tug-of-war practice at the time with the young farmers, and they had the idea of putting Dai on the tractor. But they were pulling, knowing that we are on the camera, of course, and then they realised that they weren't moving and couldn't understand why. Dai, of course, had his foot on the brake the whole time. Yeah, she wanted to show how important community and people coming together is, and the inspiration it creates. Dai Llanilar Memorial Award. The Shepherd's Crook. She wasn't expecting that as part of the award. But we're standing here by the Welsh Blacks pavilion behind us, and how many times did we see Dai stood here during the summer show? For me, personally, it's a very proud moment. And since being part of this project, myself and my father, we've been reminiscing and remembering such a character Dai was, and of course referring to the fact that many years ago he did visit their family farm. And what did your father have to say when he saw the Shepherd's Crook? Well, this is mine. I'll be keeping hold of this. Nobody else is going to be able to touch it. This, and the award itself, it's very, very special. And it's, well, it hasn't quite sunk in, if I'm honest. Yeah, brought up in Clwyd, but living in Anglesey at the moment. I've been lucky over the years. I used to work for DPJ. I had the opportunity to do some public speaking, and I worked on the radio. I've been very fortunate to have those opportunities. Maybe I talk a bit too much, but it's a case of taking all the opportunities that come your way, and to be able to promote the Welsh countryside. So when you realise that this award was being presented for the first time this year, it combined the two things that you want to do. Yeah, I want to emphasise how important Dai was with the programmes. He knew his audience, he knew the people he was talking to, and he was such a character. That's how I remember him, just the laugh he'd have with people. He was a people's person. And I've seen today quite a few people have been congratulating you. How will you remember this day at the Winter Fair? Yes, it's a day to remember. It's something the small family have at home.
Y boi o Edwys y Conwy'n deud yn pasio'r arwennau nôl i'w hogyn da, a pa mor pwysig di o I gadw cefn gwlad amaethyddiaeth Cymru fyw yn ar iaith Gymraeg, a dwi'n gobeithio allai basio hwnna lawr i'r ferched sydd gennai.
She's just saying how important it is to hand on the traditions to the younger generation, not only the language, but the farming industry, and how important the countryside is to all of us here. Many, many congratulations. So Ellen Gwen Williams, the winner of the inaugural Di Jones Memorial Award. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwydd. the first day of this year's Winter Fair. We're with you till 4 o'clock here on S4C. We're heading to the cattle ring, so we'll join Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're still in the pedigree sections, Erin, but another continental breed, strong breeds right throughout the cattle industry, in the heifer sired by a Belgian Blue.
Yes, and quite a small class to begin with, and then we go on to a second class with a few more, but I think they've been split for their weights, we believe.
Yes, indeed.
We're not sure, but...
It's quite difficult for a judge, and as we can see then that the lightest heifer in the Belgian Blue side section is 455 kilos, and then the heaviest is 662. So there'll be a serious significant difference in the size of the heifers, so they split the class for the judge perhaps to have a little bit more uniform type, and obviously then still doesn't detract from the fact that the winner of this section will go through to the championship tomorrow, and the winner from the next section will go through. But obviously we'll see quite a variation in sizes tomorrow, but that's for the overall championship. This is an actual, say, an elimination process, this is, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's trying to pick out the best, or the best from, yeah.
So they're very attractive heifers then, these Belgian Blues. Black is the colour, whereas a few years ago then it was predominantly white, but the black heifers have come through, and we see in the pedigree sections then as well then a lot of black bulls, Belgian Blue side bulls now. So yeah, the colour I think is the black. I think a lot of showmen will tell you it's like a real rich red colour, or a black animal is the eye-catching, and we can see the background of the sawdust and that in this particular ring, and all the colours. Black seems to stand out quite well, doesn't it?
Yes, it is quite an attractive colour as well, isn't it? And yes, it's interesting to see how these breeds have changed. Obviously, it was a Belgian Blue to begin with. When I was younger, then it's gone to the British Blues. It's become popular in Britain, hasn't it? And they put their own stamp on them.
Yes, they have indeed, yes. I mean, the Belgian Blue influence, go back to many, many years ago when the Chalery, I think, was about the first continental cattle to come in, and that was come into this country to increase size in the suckler bred cattle. And then obviously the dairy industry was looking for a cross bull, whereas the Hereford and perhaps the Aberdeen was the stronger. But how things have changed now, because we've seen the Aberdeen sired calves, because there is a premium on native sired beef, and the Aberdeen and the Hereford and the beef shorthorn, as we've seen just a little bit earlier, they have come to the fore. So the continental breeds aren't quite as strong as they were.
No, it's going full circle, because I always remember my granddad telling me, you know, how when the Charolais did come in to begin with, how it was a shock, especially for the vets maybe, who are having to do a lot more carving. And then now obviously we're going full circle, going back to the natives.
I don't think it was a shock to the vet, because it was more money for the vet, because they had more work.
Well,
but no, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Yes, indeed, the Chalerais were a strong continental beef breed that came into the country, and suckler calves and whatever then was more revenue, obviously. But anyway, we see the winner here at Penny's with a heifer called Pepsi has taken the first prize in this particular class, so she will be, as I stated earlier, will be featured and go forward to tomorrow's championship, and a very nice heifer then to start the show for the Penny family up there in mid-Wales.
Listen, and that's one thing I do like to see, is the different names they've got. So we've gone from the Welsh Blacks that were quite, you know, Welsh, the Mynach Gwenfair, for an example, and now we're going to more, you know, different ones. So yeah, great to see.
I can pronounce Pepsi.
Well, we're going to stay with Gerald and Emma, because we're leaving the cattle ring for the time being, and we're heading back to the pig ring where we were a few moments ago.
Yes, indeed, and from handling the cattle and halters and whatever to these lively little pigs, I'd like to see somebody put a halter on one of these, Erin, but that ain't going to happen. But no, back to the pig, and they're a vital part of this Royal Welsh Winter Fair, and we see the judge has been busy when we've been away, and it'll be different prizes, but Means the same to every one of these exhibitors here to receive a red rosette, Erin?
Oh, of course, and as I was saying earlier, I've not got much experience with pigs, but I really enjoyed seeing them on the screen. And I'm sure, after competing, they come out with a sweat on. I'm sure the handlers having to run around with them with the boards and keep control of the pigs. It's not easy, as you were saying.
Yes, indeed, and Mr. Andrew Davis, as we see on shot, number 12-11, has come to the fore in this particular class, and this is quite a strong class. There's a lot of pigs in this particular class, and there we see the winner there in shot, Mr. Andrew Davis, and I'm not going to comment and say why he's won it, Erin, but it looks quite a nice pig to me.
Yes, I'm sure. And if it's just me, is it glistening a little bit, the pig?
Oh, you
on
could
the screen?
be quite right. Yeah, I think
is it glitter?
You're having lessons. You have half my fellow commentator in Emma. She's all in the glitter. Yes, you're quite right. You can see no stone unturned in the showing. See?
Oh, I like that. It's a fair play.
So did the judge. No, fair dues. Congratulations to Andrew Davis and coming in the top, and what appeared to be a very, very strong class.
Yes, of course.
Dwi'n gweld. Etan, dwi'n credu bod nhw'n clirio'r cylch yn barod am y gystyliad nesaf, felly diolch i chi am y tro. Felly dwi'n gwneud ffordd, dwi'n meddwl, ni fyddwn ni o dan y moch yma.
Well, we will be back in the pig ring, no doubt, later on. To see all the action from the Winter Fair, visit the website s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. English language commentary is also available, and you can watch clips from all the competitions on demand. And don't forget our competition. Right, back to the sheep ring, back to Gerald and Erin.
Yes, and we're back in the crossbred section here, and we have a variety of breeds or crossbred breeds actually on display, Erin, and I believe that the rules are that it just states that it's native crossbreed section, and they can probably use whatever maternal sire, a maternal dam, and a variety of different rams will have sired these particular lambs. So we're perhaps in the commercial flock championship of the breeds then, and we see Mr. Jaffa then has been busy while we've been away in selecting, and quite a different variety of breeds here, Erin.
Yeah, I'm just seeing in front of me. Look, you don't see many. They're not as uniform as we did see with the bell testers and the different sorts of breeds there. I bet this is quite a hard one to judge. They're all different, but.
Well, you wouldn't want to start trimming them Teeswater crosses there, would you? Because there's a lot of wool on them anyway. But no, I mean, we can see that, like you say, different breeds and different types and different length and different sort of height. And but it's after all, he has to decipher what is actually underneath that wool and whatever to decide which is the best commercial lamb carcass then.
Yeah, well, what's taking my eye, there's those Suffolk cross mules that we're seeing. There's a few in the ring. They are giving, the shape that is quite desirable as well.
Yes,
so I must say, those are taking my eye personally. But also, you've got the Cheviot cross Welsh, and what else have we got? Coloured Rylands cross Black Welsh Mountain, which is quite a mix, I'm sure. So yeah, it's hard, but again, as we were saying, Mohammed, the judge, he's wanting one he's looking for the type for the butcher, obviously. So I'm thinking maybe he'll be going for the Suffolk. I'm not sure. It was a popular breed, but obviously gone a bit out of fashion recently.
Well, yes, it has, because of the continental influence and the Euro grade scheme that is on the deadweight lambs. In the Euro is E for excellent, U for the next one, and then R for the next, and then O for the next link. So confirmation bonus is paid in most of the abattoirs throughout the country, so we'll have a job to get a Suffolk which is not bred for that exceptional confirmation. So that is why the continental breeds have, say, become very, very strong.
But in terms of the weights, the Suffolks do get, you do have good weighing Suffolks.
Oh yes, indeed. The Suffolk is a very, very big terminal sire and will produce, and on the British mule ewes then as well, which are a commercial ewe, a big strong powerful ewe, yes, you're going to get exceptional weight, and tipping the scales, as you were correct, is what is about in terms of earning money at the end of the day. But some people like the more confirmation, as I stated, in terms of lambs and what they go. So, but we can see in here that the Suffolk crossbreds are perhaps the strongest represented in this particular class. And this particular class is a pair of lambs not containing any continental breeding. So, as you state, then the Suffolk would be the strongest, probably, terminal sire of lambs in this particular class.
Yes, I think we're going, we've seen 3 pairs, I think, so far of the Suffolk crossbreds.
So he's now made the selection in terms of going to the front, so whether that will mean that will be his final decision, we don't know, but he has selected a pair of Suffolk Cross, and as you alluded to, probably Suffolk Cross mules, I would think, to the fore. Like you say, down the bottom end of the line, we've seen the Teeswater, and we wouldn't see too many Teeswater sheep in a prime lamb class. But so therefore he selected another pair of lambs. I'm not too sure of their actual makeup, but
would they be the Rylands cross? Well,
they could be Ryland crosses. They could be, yes, indeed, yeah.
I'm just thinking because of their shape, the squareness.
Yes, fair dues, but they've been very well trimmed and shown off. They're like a rounding of them particular lambs, isn't it?
Yes. I think the Suffolks again are having a bit of attention.
Yes, indeed.
Is he trying to pick between different pairs?
I think it's the years of the giveaway on the Suffolks, aren't they?
Yes. There we are, that pair of Suffolk going forward.
And then this particular coming in 4th position as they stand, but whether that'll be the situation which the judge will leave, because he'll probably give him another examination before he makes his final decision, but
Ond, mae'r ffaith bod e'n cymryd I amser...
Fair fleece of wool and them Teeswater, isn't it?
Oh gosh, I'm sure that took some washing and a lot of shampoo, I'd say.
Yeah.
And to get the fleece dry after.
Oh, he selected them forward. He's taken them all forward by the look of it.
That's nice to see. And now what are we seeing in the back there? Is it the Cheviot Cross Welsh?
Well, it'd probably be Cheviot, could be North Country Cheviot, could be Southeast, could be whatever, yes. He's made his decision by the look of it, and yes, he is going to award the prize to the pair of Suffolk Cross lambs. And Catherine and Lindsay Price.
Thank you very much.
Well, I thought you'd had it, and then I think he wanted to change his mind.
Yeah, you can see how even the 2 pairs are.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah.
But what does it mean to you?
Oh, yeah, we've been doing this class for a few years, so it's quite nice to have a red in the end. Yeah, so yeah, just keep them. Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Erin. And busy day here at Llanelwedd. Plenty of competitions going on. And as you can see, there's quite a few people who've travelled here to visit the Winter Fair. But what about the weather? Let's have the forecast now with Branwen Gwyn. Yeah, we've had just a little rain. It's quite a cloudy day, but overall, let's have a look at the map. You can see those scattered showers off to the west, and the temperatures, well, they range from 11 degrees centigrade in Pembrokeshire, and it's about 8 degrees centigrade here in Llanelwedd. Tonight, a few heavy showers coming down from the north, especially in the west, and the temperatures, well, will drop to about 3 degrees centigrade here in the Llanelwedd region. Quite a cold night for most of us. And tomorrow, apart from a few heavy showers in the west early on, they will clear up, and it should be a sunny day here at the Winter Fair in Llanelwedd. But then later in the week, it's going to be wet and windy. That's how things look at the moment. A weather girl with an umbrella in her hand. not looking good. But then tomorrow is supposed to be better, and obviously Branwen hasn't had an opportunity to have a walk around the showground yet. That's what they'll be doing, but we will be leaving you for the time being for the news headlines. But of course, we will be back later on.
Pnawn da i chi. Mae'r Unol Daleithiau ac Wcrain yn dweud bod y trafodaethau diweddarau i ddod ar rhyfel i ben gyda Rwsia wedi bod yn gynhyrchiol iawn. Ond yn ôl yr arlywydd Zelensky, rhoi tiriogaeth i Rwsia yw'r prif broblem. Mae llefarydd y Kremlin wedi dweud nad yw Moscow wedi derbyn unrhyw wybodaeth am y trafodaethau a gafodd eu cynnal yn Genefa ddoe. Mae undeb yr NFU wedi rhybuddio nad oes modd gorbwysleisio o pryder ymhlith ffermwyr dofednod ynghylch lledaeniad ffliwadar. Bu'n rhaid i difa degau o filoedd o dwrgwn a chywion yn ystod yr wythnosau diwetha, yn dilyn nifer o achosion ar draws Cymru. Mae rheolau mewn lle sy'n golygu bod unrhyw un sy'n cadw dros 100% o ddofednod yng Nghymru yn gorfod i cadw dan do. Mae cyfarfod cyhoeddus yn cael ei gynnal heno yn Hendi Gwyn Daf i drafod y llifogydd diweddar nath achosi gymaint o ddifrod a phroblemau yn yr ardal. Bu'n rhaid i nifer o bobl adael eu cartrefi a sawl busnes lleol gau ar ôl i llifogydd daro'r dref yn ddechrau'r mis. Nod y cyfarfod yw rhoi'r cyfle i drigolion leisio i pryderon. Mae cymaint ag 1 o bob 6 o bobl hŷn yng Nghymru bellach yn byw mewn clodi yn ôl adroddiad newydd gan Gomisiynydd Pobl Hŷn Cymru. Mae'r adroddiad yn galw am gefnogaeth gan Lywodraethau yn San Steffan ac ym Mae Caerdydd. Yn ôl Llywodraeth Cymru, mae'n benderfynol o helpu rhai sydd angen y gefnogaeth fwyaf. Ac yn ôl Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig, mae cefnogi pensiynwyr ar frig i hagenda nhw. Mae gwyddonydd cyfrifiadurol o Gymru nath helpu greu'r dechnoleg ar gyfer chat GBT yn dweud bod yn rhaid i Deyrnas Unedig fod yn ddewr yn ei ymgys i ddod o hyd i dechnoleg newydd. Roedd Lleon Jones yn rhan o dîm Google a ddatblygodd y dechnoleg i adeiladu robotiaid i weithio fel pobl. Mae'n dweud y dylai llywodraethau a phrifysgolion ganolbwyntio ar syniadau arloesol.
Os ydw i eisiau deud i Cymru beth dylsyn nhw'n wneud, mod o prifysgolion a'r busnes paid a trio wneud yr un peth y be mae America a China wneud, a trio creu yr AI mwyaf, neu mwyaf pwerus, neu just cymryd y technoleg ar y funud a trio wneud o mor bwerus y fedri ti. Edrych am rhywbeth newydd, wneud rhywbeth gwahanol.
A dyna'r penawdau i chi am 12, bydd ein bwletin nesaf ni am 2 o'r gloch. Tan hynny felly, hwyl fawr.
Dechrau arbennig I Ffair Aeaf 2025. Agorwyd y bore yma gan Ieuan.
Well, it was a special opening to this year's Winter Fair, opened officially this morning by Ieuan and Sean Edwards of the renowned Edwards of Conwy.
Mae fraint cael bod yma heddiw yn enwedig wrth ochr yn haf. Dwi'n hyderus fod yna ddyfodol addawol iawn i'n diwydiant gyda'n cynnyrch Cymreig ymysg y goreuon yn y byd.
Ac ar ran y ddau ohonom, mae'n fraint gennym gyhoeddi fod y Ffair Aeaf 2025 ar agor.
Croeso cynnes iawn I chi.
Yes, welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd. First day of the Winter Fair 2025, and it's nice to be back in the mid-Wales countryside. There's plenty going on, and as you can see, it's quite busy in the background, and we're concentrating on the livestock competitions. And before too long, we'll be featuring the butcher's weight class in the sheep ring. We'll also be back in the horse ring for the coloured horses and ponies championship. And a bit later on, it'll be the Limousin heifers who'll be in front of the judges.
Daw fyddaw'r hanesion o bob cwr o'r maes yma. Dyma ni yn golwg ni
It's going to be a busy afternoon here in Llanelwedd. Plenty of activity going on. And some of you might have noticed when we last visited the sheep ring, there was some yodeling going on in the background. Mainir just saying that she wasn't involved, but as she's saying, it's been a very busy morning and there's been so much competing going on, and she's just referring to the fact that there have been quite a few young handlers involved in the sheep ring as well. Aaron, well, he's got a smile on his face. We saw him last in the pink ring. He hasn't been yodeling yet. There's no chance of me doing that later on either. I've been over to the young farmers section, and I'm sure this winter fair is growing every year. He's referring to the heavy horses section that's new in the winter fair this year, of course. You'll be visiting there later on as well. And I don't know if Gerald will be yodeling when we get to the cattle ring. Let's find out, because that's where we're going next. It's Gerald and Erin.
I'm very doubtful. I've got a job to control Erin's excitement here, but anyway, no, back to the heifer side by the Belgian Blue Bull, this heavier section then, Erin, of this, and going up in weight a little bit and up in strength. So
and a bigger class as well. So
as we alluded to, then they've done this, I think, purposely for the judge to have a more of a uniform class to cast his expert eye over.
And as we were saying earlier, you know, they've all gone changed to be more black. We've got one on the end there that has the mottled colours that, you know, that the Belgian Blues or the British Blues are known for.
That's quite right. And they are sired by a Belgian Blue Bull, but I wouldn't hesitate to say that there's probably a fair bit of limousine or some other continental in the dam, but the actual sire is a Belgian Blue beast. Very, very even class there, and in terms of weights as well in this particular section. Then yes, and as I alluded to before, then it's this 600 and something kilo carcass seems to be the one that seems to the animal that comes through to the fore very, very often in the Royal Welsh Show. We don't very often see a 500 kilo animal, and not very often we see a 700 kilo animal. But
no, and I'm just seeing now this Bluebell, a heifer called Bluebell. She's 662, and you know, with the lightest in this class being 631, so there's quite a difference as well.
Yeah, I think there's 30 kilos difference. Yes, you're quite right. Yes.
And we alluded to earlier the different names that I was saying. I do enjoy listening and looking at the names. We've got Hands On or Fizzy Lizzie, just to name a few.
Depends on the mood of the man when they were born, probably,
well,
isn't it?
I'm sure,
or the owner. But the animals, then, we see a lot of these particular animals in the summer shows, which are smaller, and then they're obviously targeted to meet. This is, they would say, the obviously for some of the heifers, then perhaps might be bought and go on to breed. But this is, we say, probably the end of the line for, or maybe they'll keep them for their local shows. But a lot of these animals then will be, and the carcass weight of that 370 to 400 kilos is what the optimum, what they would want. And so hitting that 600 and something kilos, killing out that 65-70% is what they want. So.
Yes, and they're going round again, just the judge having another look at how they're walking. It takes some time to judge them, doesn't it? Especially when you've got quite a big class.
Well, I'll allude to this statement then. Nobody ever ask you how long it took to judge. They'll only ask who judged it.
Well, yeah.
So this is Mr. Rowlands' day to judge these animals, these females here today, and he'd like to think he'd get it correct. So it doesn't matter realistically how long it takes him, as long as he arrives at the correct decision. And obviously there's a lot of critics and judges sitting in the stands and standing around the rings, and perhaps proud fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters of their offspring or whatever, handling that animal in the ring, or hoping that the judge will pull it in. But no, genuinely enough, then all exhibitors know a good animal. If they're beaten by a better animal, well, fair goes, isn't it? And that's just the nature of the competition, isn't it?
But it's not easy coming across these heifers that, you know, show potential, so to speak. You know, it takes time to find the right one, and, you know, the work that goes into the heifers and the steers after. It's it does take, it's amazing, really.
So we'll have to come back in a little while and see what Mr. Rowland's decision is in this particular section.
Mae Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y botwm coch. English language commentary is available on Sky Plus, Freeview and Virgin Media. Please press the red button. If you have a TiVo box or Sky Q box, please go into settings and use the audio selection option. Subtitles are also available. Any problems, please contact our viewers hotline.
Right, let's have the first visit to the horse ring, first visit of the afternoon, I'd rather say. I was going to say morning, but time's flown all of a sudden. Enjoying itself here at the Winter Fair. Let's join Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. Yes, so we're still on the colours, and we've come back for the championship this time. So we've got the foals and the yearlings, and as I explained earlier, these aren't split into colts and fillies or split by type. So we had some good classes this morning in front of our judge, Emma Barrow, Nee Boardman. So I think we've come to this when they've had an individual run out, I think. We'll see. So this is the winner of the yearling class on camera. Just lining up in front of our judge. We believe we've come to them after doing their trot up. So we've got, so the far left you picture the second yearling, which is the Dyer and Blockley families, Bo Wallace, Hocus Pocus, and Sophia Chambers in front of us with her winning foal. Sophia Loco, her winning foal Tweed fell out of the ordinary, and there we've got the winning yearling 2050, the yearling colt there, Gracington Moonworker, and this yearling's made the journey from Essex. Are we going to get a close-up of the second foal for you to see? I'm afraid not. Oh, yeah. And there.
Wel, gawn ni weld dim ond hi sydd yn gwybod
2033
I feddwl hi, ond hefyd mae'r
foal second, Lynn Scott's Linnock, the showstopper.
Cystal ebol, ac falle dyna eith at
so Emma Barrow having a final look around.
Neud I meddwl y trafod arferol gyda'r stiwardiad sydd, fel ni'n gweud bob blwyddyn,
good classes this year, not
yma yn y cylch yn cadw trefen ac yn cydweithio'n arbennig o dda.
Platted
in
the championship.
Llongyfechiadau David Oliver.
Well, so when you know, you know.
And she's given it to the yearling and the foal reserve. So there we go. So
Harrington, you've bought one
this interview will be in English. I'll allow you to listen to it.
First champion of the Royal Welsh Winter Fair. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. His dad was champion back in the summer, so it's nice to bring one of his kids to the Young Stock Show and do the same. So amazing.
Well, fantastic. Now, I'm sure you had said to me earlier, oh, we've bought one, we're doing one class and we're going home. Well, you can't go home now. You've got a Supreme Championship tomorrow.
We're going to have to try and find somewhere to stay.
I'm sure someone will put you up. Well, many congratulations from us all. A phob lwc am fory. Pob lwc. Diolch.
So hopefully we'll get a picture of these moving, because We actually haven't seen a lot of them moving so far this morning. Just the way that the cameras pick the classes up. But this will come back for the Supreme tomorrow. So we'll be back in the horse ring a bit later on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. From the horse ring, let's head straight to the sheep ring. And here's Erin and Gerald again.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back in the butcher's weight section.
And which are we on now? Which
I'm not too sure, but Miss Gibbons is still there. So we're in one of the sections that have moved on, because this butcher's weight is quite a lot of lambs in the particular competition. So what they do is they split them in sections and split them in weight all the way through. And as we can see, there's 2, 4, 6, 8 pairs in this particular section. So
are we on to the heaviest?
No, we're in section 905, which would be quite heaviest, one of the heaviest sections of this. It's from 97. Oh yes, indeed, we are 97 to 110 kilos. So there's quite a wide range in this particular section. And we can see then lambs up to 107 and lambs down to 99.5. So there'd be 4 kilos per lamb average difference in weight, which is quite a lot. These then lambs then, as you say, 107 then, well, a lot of them would be then in that 52 or 53 kilo bracket, so they're quite heavy, aren't they?
Yes.
And a very, very wide pair standing there at the top. And she made the decision in terms of it's Kai and Sophie Davis then. Kai Davis hails from down there in Capel Isaac.
And I believe he has pedigree Texels.
His father keeps pedigree Texel, yes, indeed. So, yes, you would think that perhaps it would be a favour to Texel influence in that particular lamb, wouldn't you? Yeah.
There's some Beltex, I would say.
Well, there probably is then a little bit there, yes. Yeah. But, and they are 102 kilos, so they're average of 51 kilos apiece. So quite strong lambs when they're going to be hanging up, don't they? And exceed, I would hesitate to say, they'll exceed the 22 kilo pay grade of what we receive in the abattoir, but there's still room for heavier lambs in the market, and they do call them Smithfield lambs. That's what they refer to them as being, and they go for the catering trade, mostly the heavier carcasses of the lamb trade. Mrs. Mina Howells there talking to Kai, would have been born and bred not too far apart. Mina was born in Mastylo in Capel Isaac, and Kai born in Capel Isaac as well, so they would know one another very, very well, I would think.
Awr Sophie, ti'n brysur ar coginio, ar canu, a popeth arall?
Ie, fi wedi wneud mince pies a sausage rolls heddi.
And as we stated then, to win the particular section in the butcher's weights to go forward now to the overall championship tomorrow, butcher's weights have come very, very good. So we'll have to wait and see tomorrow to see how they fare.
I ni dal yma wrth i'n gwylio y dosbarth rhif 7 I heffrod o darw glas Prydeinig.
Well, it's a quick
hop,
skip and a jump. We're back in the cattle ring.
Well, Gerald, we're back again in the cattle ring with the British Blues. On the same class as we were last time, but I think the judges have them in line and looking now at different ones.
He's given him his final once over he is, and I don't believe he's moved it around too much, although actually the blue and white heifer then when we were here last time was actually in 5th position at that time, but the decision isn't made. Yes, he's made the decision and acknowledged the steward, so we're looking at number 21. That is the taking first prize in this particular section. And as I stated all along then, it's a stepping stone to the final where they all want to be, and to win this particular section then of sired by a Belgian Blue is a very strong contender for later on. And number 21 is M&H.E. Owens from Glantray over there in Llandyssil, and they are renowned for selling a lot of Beltex rams throughout the breeding season and showing lambs, but they've diversified into the cattle section here, and to get a first prize in this particular section is a good stepping stone to the final, which will take place tomorrow. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow to come and see how he fares then.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, the first day of the Winter Fair 2025. And we're going to have our first visit to the pig ring, and we'll rejoin Gerald and Erin.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back, and we've gone up a section now, Erin, in the weight, strength, size, and different breeds on display. We're in class 145, which is the best single bacon pig, 86 kilos to 105 kilos. So bit more strength and a bit more meat for the judge to look at.
Okay, because I'm new to this, as I said, so I'm learning on the job today.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Then you'll be an expert now by the time we finish, probably. But no, the bacon pig is called more strength then in terms of the porker. So, and we have a few different breeds on display, but there isn't a lot of colour, but we have actually a Petrine and Welsh, 4 Welshes and 2 Petrine cross pigs on display.
And what would you think the judge would be looking for? Is there a preference with the breeds?
Well, no, it's actually he's actually stated in his notes that his words, the most important requirement of breeding pigs is good legs. This is closely followed when he went to go for the actual end product where they are now in bacon pigs. So locomotion is paramount to him, and in good legs and upstanding on their legs. So obviously he's thinking on the terms of if they haven't got good legs, well, they can't get around very well. So and that's what his thought process is. So he has stated, but obviously he's looking for confirmation, just the same as all other animals we see in terms of that rounding of confirmation on their back ends, as we can see, and their loin is very, very important, and I presume then they just have good meat over their rib cage there to produce the chops, isn't it? So yeah, a general round animal all throughout, which is very good in locomotion and able to move freely and easily. So yes, again, like we allude to the big back ends of the cattle and the big back ends of the lambs, but if they're weak in the loin, well, obviously one of the most expensive cuts is gone, isn't it? So it's just generally exactly the same as all commercial animals through the beef and sheep industry, but with a pig there's no hair to hide the faults of the pig, is there?
No, but only glitter to enhance handsome features, as I found out earlier.
Yeah, fair comment, yeah. That's only just to please the eye, that is. Doesn't help the pig in terms of confirmation, does it? But it's a very difficult job because these pigs, to me, look very, very similar, don't they?
Yes, they do, to somebody who doesn't know much about pigs.
Fair enough, but they look very, very similar, and he has to decide then which is the actual best carcass, and basically is what he's deciding then. Obviously, if the killing out percentage comes into it, but we'll have to come back in a while and see what our judge, Mr. Lovelace, has decided.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Erin. Well, you don't need to leave the sofa to get a taste of all the Winter Fair has to offer. Join us from 10 in the morning until 4 every day here on S4C, S4C Click, iPlayer, Facebook and YouTube, and it's available worldwide. English language commentary and subtitles are available. And don't forget our nightly programmes at 9 p.m. For more information, go to the website, which is s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. Sit back and enjoy all the fun of one of Europe's best stock shows. Right, let's head back to the horse ring and we'll rejoin Rachel.
Thanks,
Gareth. So this is our first visit for the Section A classes. Big entries for the Section A again this year, so that's good to see. Up from last year. Not at the record yet, but still big difference, and we're actually getting to see them out moving for you, which is good for you. So this is the filly foal class. And obviously, many visitors here would know that with the Welsh sections, they are actually split into colt foal classes and filly foal classes, as indeed they are in the summer show. So, interestingly, it would be nice if we might get a glimpse of some that have been shown in the summer show.
Oes yn bendant, so dyn ni gyd yn dyfnu swclod gan bwriadu I ddangos nhw neu I wneud rhywbeth gyda nhw.
Good turnout,
Mae'n adeg eitha stressful i'r swclod. Falle dyn nhw ddim yn bwydo neu ddim yn ultra cystal ag oeddech chi'n disgwyl. Falle bod nhw ddim cweit yn barod. Neu hefyd,
lost my page.
Entries yn cae.
Sorry, these were the cult foggles, and there were 37 catalogue entries.
Ddim eisiau codi'n bore pan mae o'n dywyll ac yn oed allan I fynd I ddangos ceffil.
Really good numbers. Horse entries are slightly up this year, so that's good to see. Some in-hand classes this year haven't been that well supported, but the summer show is always massively supported along with the winter fair, I feel. Numbers sort of go up and down slightly every year, but they are still well supported. Everyone wants to come to the Royal Welsh, especially if you've got a Welsh breed. It's a showcase for the Welsh studs, and obviously we will see many of the well-known prefixes come in here to showcase their stock. And obviously some of these foals would be available at weaning. They can't keep them all, but obviously we've got the home producers. Some may have bought foals with the entries ready for the winter fair, and it gives them the chance to showcase their animals the same as the big studs do. And again, you know, the small breeders, home breeders like to come. Again, not only is it the showing and it's important for them to win, but it's a lovely day out, and we will see you back shortly where we'll hopefully have a result for you.
Thank you, Rachel. And we're back in the food hall, and Nia is still with Emma Lewandowicz, and she is a representative of Cyfan. And for those of you, just to remind you, if you don't know, that Cyfan is a business-led programme dedicated to developing new and existing micro-businesses, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises in the Welsh food and drink sector. And Emma is just saying it's such a pleasure to see these little companies growing and thriving. And we're with a vanilla vodka company called Fluff. They've won several awards, and they're trialling a new product here at the Winter Fair this year. It's a bit too early maybe to venture having a shot of vodka, but the company based in Porthcawl, and here's another busy stall. The sauces and rubs have proved to be very, very popular, more so in the last couple of years, and it's used just to create some tasty food. Kit Ellis, who's been very busy with the Carnarvonshire featured county, of course, but she's been wandering around the food hall to see what was available, and she's just tried the smashed cow sauce. Well, they're being very complimentary about it, I must say.
Smashed cow sauce amdani te? Yeah? Yeah. Rhywbeth arall ti eisiau dweud am y stondin yma?
Wel, Maen nhw wedi sefydlu yn Llanrug, yn Gogledd Cymru.
This company, the Smashed Cow Sauces Company, are based in Llanrug, which is in North Wales. And Kit is just mentioning the fact that Cyfan has been a very, very useful part of the whole process within the food industry to promote and to encourage the young businesses to flourish. Exactly the same kind of point as Emma was making earlier on at the start of this particular item. So that's the best advert you could have, I suppose, a customer saying how influential Cyfan has been and how important it is to encourage young businesses. Now then, what do we have here? Pickled bites. Oh, they're fermented foods. We've got some balsamic beetroot there, some chopped gherkin. And the branding once again has caught the eye. And this company, based in Pontypool. So we've got Porthcawl, Llanrug, Pontypool, and the company from Wrexham, Tired Mums Coffee. It's a cracking name for a coffee company. And you can see the variety of products that they have on offer. And there's, and once again, we heard this mentioned earlier on, decaf coffee sometimes isn't as good as the proper coffee, but they have a very, very good decaf coffee.
How many children have you got?
3. Yeah.
So you've got kind of little packages as well here today, haven't you?
Yeah, so we've launched these, so it's an opportunity so you can try the different coffees that we've got. So you can try our 2 caffeine blends, our decaf and our hot chocolate. Nice gifting idea, or if you just want to explore and see which ones you like.
I drink decaf and I like the name on this one.
Do you? Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm definitely sure, yeah.
So why have you called it this?
We just found that a lot of coffees that were decaf didn't taste that great. They were maybe a bit wishy-washy, but that really tastes like proper coffee, a real treat. So that was the idea behind it. Yeah.
Are you sure this is decaf?
I'm definitely sure.
All the best today.
Thank you so
I love it. Wow, mae hwn yn wych. A fel dydodd Kit, da chi'n gwneud gwaith arferol.
Yeah, these are some of the companies that Cyfan support, and I'd imagine there might be 4 different companies in this part of the food hall by tomorrow. And Emma's just reflecting on what she's seen in the food hall as they've been wandering around. And she's very, very impressed with what she's seen. Welcome back to the showground at the Royal Welsh in Llanelwydd. Winter Fair Day, day 1 or 2, and we're heading straight to the cattle ring. Back to Erin and Gerald.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. We're in the heifer sired by a limousine section, and this is the strongest section, Erin, right throughout the show, and there's several. This has been split into several sections to help for ease of judging, because if they were all in there, there would be organised chaos, wouldn't it? But anyway, they're split in weight, as is most of the classes throughout this whole winter fair, and Mr. Rowlands there we see now then is adjudicating over the first section of the heifer sired by a limousine bull. Not quite the strength and power yet, but the strength will grow as the classes get on in the competition.
Yeah, and I'm sure, and as you mentioned, they're sired by a limousine bull, but I'm looking now with the one in the front. Is there a touch of short-horn maybe in it?
No, I would probably go far as you would out of a Blue Cross cow, probably.
Well, yeah, that's
and
true.
that fleck has come through from there, because we will see throughout the competition, we'll probably see a few darker colour heifers with that roan colour that it is. Like, yes, you're quite right, it could well be. I mean, but I would more hesitate to say that she probably is out of a Belgian Blue Cross cow. Probably out of a limousine sired, limousine cross Belgian Blue cow. But
then you get the typical ones, and you know, the orange.
The typical limbed cross, yes, and we come out red, and we see one in the black. Well, obviously there's some Belgian in that, because the black has come through from the Belgian bull originally, so the dam would be there. But that's a nice sweet heifer there in shot, with that roan fleck, and it sort of adds a prettiness to the heifer, doesn't it? You understand?
Yeah, she catches the eye, doesn't she?
That's quite right.
And obviously, you know, the limbs and the British Blues are two very popular breeds and very successful breeds, so it makes sense that there is a bit of a cross.
So, this is the crossbred section, and very often we've seen the winner coming out of this particular section too, but some experienced showmen right throughout the competition. But like I stated, then this is the lightest of the actual limousine side section, so the winner of this, every section, will go through to tomorrow, and therefore will have a chance at the overall championship, and it's quite a high an eye full tomorrow to behold to see every winner of every section, red card, coming forward to represent the class that they won, or the section that they won, and yes, they all want to get there tomorrow and be successful, but as you know, there can only be one winner at the end, can't there?
Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow being on the showgrounds and being around the ring and seeing it, being a part of the buzz. You might see me on the screen somewhere, maybe in the crowd.
But Mr. Rowlands, then, as you've seen, you know, when he was only some 2 or 3 in a class, then he has his work cut out now to assess every animal, and he's walking around and looking for locomotion. But as I stated, he puts his hands on them all to start, and I'm sure within himself he's thinking, well, maybe it's close between that one and that one, or that one, but there's other animals maybe not quite finished, but he would decipher as not quite enough of cover on the particular animal. But that is what it is about at the end of the day. The animals have got to be handling correctly, so as they go on and be finished.
And you know, saying the judge himself, he's
a showman.
He's a showman. He's plenty of experience. He keeps 150 cattle a year, some from the suckler herd, 50 from the suckler herd, and he buys in 100 stores.
There you go.
So he knows his cattle well,
100%,
doesn't he?
He knows exactly what it is required at the other end. Yes. So he's made his decision, and 64 there has come to the fore in this first section of 801, which is the first section of the limousine sired.
Yes, and Alfred with the Duchess, I believe.
There we go. Congratulations to the Alfred family, renowned show people, and have been successful in the show. So anyway, we'll have to come back later on and see who wins the next section.
Well,
so we're back in the pig section, and no parading around with these, Erin. They are in their pens, and he has come to a decision, and it is the winner 1-2-4-9.
And I can see Mary Lovegreen is there.
There you go.
I wonder what
Mother James actually owns the pigs, but he's allowed them to show the pig and come first prize. So that's the first in the winter fair. And you see Matthias then getting in there, receiving his rosette with his young son. Didn't quite get to the top today, but I'm sure he'll be happy to receive a card in the winter fair, and a lot of exhibitors will say the same. Just to receive a card of some colour in the best prime stock show in the country is testament in the
some achievement.
Yes, fair dues, yes, because there is outstanding animals on display. I was lucky enough to walk around this morning and see most of them, and
and it's very much a family thing as well, isn't it? And it's a highlight of the year for many people. And I know it's a real community as well within the sheep, the cattle, or the pig section, I'm sure.
It brings everybody together under, well, I won't say under one roof, but it's not too far apart, are they? No, but it is good that, when you're in the Royal Welsh show and that you're scattered all over, and the cattle are in the cattle shed, the sheep, but this particular show here, everybody's under the same roof, and like, as I stated, to receive a card of any colour in the show means a lot to everybody.
Yes, and something you'll remember for a long time.
Diolch yn fawr. Ymunwch yn Gwylio'r Ffair.
Well, joining the fun of the fair by contacting or following us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and of course TikTok. But if you're not happy for us to broadcast your comments, state that in your message. Go to s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf for all the details. Right, it's back to Gerald and Erin because we're back in the sheep ring.
Yes, we're back in the sheep ring, and I'm wondering what class is on now.
Your guess is as good as mine. But no, we'll find out now. It's Mrs. Gibbons is in there, so I would hazard a guess it probably is about the last section of the butcher's weights. And there is only three animals in this particular section. It's class 100, and this would be the heaviest of the animals on show here today. So as we can see, look at the pair that Kai is there again at the top end of these, and they look very, very big animals to me.
And within this class it does state untrimmed except for the squaring of the tail.
Oh, there you go, yeah, fair enough. And yeah, well, these are untrimmed, then you can see then, but perhaps they were shorn in the summertime, but because they were a lot more accessible on them than this, but I mean, still they're untrimmed, aren't they? Yeah.
And Sophie and Kai taking first place again.
Again, yeah, so they'll have 2 shots at the overall championship in the sheep now, so that'll be quite a testament to do that at the start. I would say there's quite a bit of Beltex in them by the look of them, isn't there? But they sort of the shape gives it away. They're just that little bit sort of, I won't say stapled back, but there's a little bit of a curve, not like a flat back, isn't there, on an animal, but there's a bit of Beltex on board them. But, congratulations to Kai and Sophie and having another red card and another chance at the ultimate prize at the end of it. They're excited to get out and get him back in the ring. Miner has to chase him out to get him back to have a talk.
Oh, I'm sure the buzz you feel.
Yeah, sounds of the pound. Let's get back and get brushing.
I thought for a second he was a bit camera shy. He wanted
well,
to escape
maybe
as
so,
quickly as possible.
Yeah. Caught his good side last time, perhaps. And anyway, good luck to them. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow to see them coming through, who it does come through.
Right, let's head over to the horse ring and rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've come back to the coltful class up in the horse marquee. So we haven't talked about our judge, and our judge is Harold Zoet from Holland, very well known in the Welsh pony world. Is Ysveltid prefix, so any Dutch viewers, I apologise for my pronunciation. But in his early 20s, Harold was a rep, a bulb rep in the UK, and spent a considerable amount of time living and working over here. So he's very fond of Wales and the UK. It's like a second home to him. So he travelled around selling the bulbs, but he also visited several Welsh studs, and he used to stay in the Welsh studs when he was travelling around selling the bulbs, and that's how he's very, very interested in the Welsh breeds. So many of his ponies have won at the Royal Welsh, both ridden and in hand, and this, I believe, is going to be in Welsh. Sorry, in English.
Gath o'i werth i Australia, be oedd o pan oedd chydig o fisoedd oed, so yeah, reit neis, really.
Dechrau da i'r doi diwrnod.
Definite. See how it goes ar.
Os da chi'n agor i gystadlu?
Na, just saying, so...
O, bendant dechrau da.
Yeah, definite.
Wel, pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth a pob lwc gyda gweddill y sioe.
Diolch yn fawr, thank you.
Diolch.
So Islyn Tarian there, taking first place.
Ioan Jones-Evans yn dangos Islyn Tarian a Riore yn cipio ar y wobr gynta.
So I see this
adran A yn sicr yn
little
dorf.
filly back for the championship a little bit later on.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwydd. If you've just joined us, it's great to have your company on this, the first day of this year's Winter Fair. Let's head straight to the cattle ring and join Erin and Gerald.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. We're back in section 2 of the limousine sired heifer, and we move up in the weight slightly, Erin, and go a little bit stronger every time a different section of these particular animals come forward.
Yes, this section varies from 544 kilos up to 592.
There we go, there's still 40 odd kilos difference then, so yeah. We see then we talked about the colour schemes and the sort of the breed that may be in the dams of these, because they're all obviously sired by a limousine. But we must say that there is a not a very large percentage of them, but there is a few black pedigree limousine bulls now, so maybe we are wrong in terms of saying that there's a Belgian blue influence in the heifer that is black, but no, I do believe that most of them, the giveaway, there is a little bit of white somewhere along the way, and we see on the underside of a couple of the animals then white belly and the odd white leg or white foot or something, so that is basically a statement that there is a fair bit of or some Belgian blue.
Yeah, there's one taking my eye with the tip of its tail being white,
oh, there we
and
go.
A speckle of white making white socks on its hind legs. So
there we go, you're quite right.
And I'm sure, you know, it's different ways. I know some people don't like the white socks and they try and cover it up. So
well, maybe so, yes.
It's just whatever takes the eye and what you think makes a good heifer, so to speak.
You see the Edwards brothers here at the top of the line at the moment with a crossbred heifer, so we've seen him winning the pedigree heifer section earlier on, and there's a little bit of white, I believe, on the star on the forehead of this particular heifer, so that would suggest again that there is some other bloodline of some other, probably a Belgian blue in there somewhere along the way.
Yeah, the judge is having another feel there now and giving directions.
And he's telling them to go on the walk, so he'll be studying every animal that it walks around this particular arena and seeing as that they're walking correctly and that their locomotion is good. And
I'm sure it's one, you know, it's a good feeling with a heifer on a halter and walking, parading maybe around the ring more than walking.
Yeah, good.
You know, showing the heifer off. I'm sure it's a magical feeling.
Yes, indeed.
But also challenging. I'm sure if the heifer's not playing ball, when you've got, you know, heifers weighing so much, I don't think they're anything to mess around with, are they?
No, indeed. But testament, as we alluded to many times, it's testament to the handlers that bring these animals here and being so quiet and so well put forward and well put out. They behaved and exceptional.
Yeah, I could just.
You do see the odd occasion with the odd animal is just not reluctant, a little bit reluctant to walk, and perhaps one of their handlers then will help the other handler out in keeping them going, but generally they will walk correctly because they're taught to walk correctly, and as I say, the testament to the handlers that they turn these cattle out to the high standard which they are.
Well, they must spend hours upon hours with them.
That's quite right.
And, you know, it's I'm sure the heifer or the steer is used to them as well, and just them for showing them off in the ring. And they're still in a line now and still waiting. I think she's being a little bit impatient, isn't she, the one we're seeing in the video
The only
now.
thing that you can guarantee that the judge is the most focused on person in that particular ring, never mind the animals, because everybody's looking at the judge, not just the judge looking at the animal. So, yeah, he is followed around that ring, and you watch all young farmers and even the senior people that are in there showing the cattle now, they are watching that the judge is looking at my animal and making sure that it is standing correctly and is holding itself together correctly, and there you go, he's made the decision, and I believe the Edwards brothers have come to the top of this section, number 37. So, as I stated earlier on, then they will be have 2 shots in the overall final tomorrow, so hopefully we'll come back tomorrow and see how they get on.
Looking forward.
It's been a successful day for the Edwards clan. Aaron Tew, meanwhile, has left the pig ring. He's he's returned to the young farmers section, and he's with Carol Morris.
Is-gadeirydd marchnata a
Digwyddiadau Marchnata, Vice Chair of Marketing and Events. That's an official title. It's a bit, yeah, there's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of things coming up next year. There's a busy year coming ahead. They're not trying to get some exclusive news here from Carol, but he's not going to get very far, unfortunately. Anyway, there's a lot of activity going on in the background, and this competition is decorating a Yule log or a chocolate log, and they've only got an hour to complete the task, and they can't bring any anything that's prepared beforehand, so everything is actually made on the day.
Rhywbeth arall yn y catalog mawr o sgiliau sydd gen ffermwyr ifanc modern.
And Aaron is just saying it's another skill that's part of the catalogue that the young farmers have.
So fi'n edrych mlaen I weld y final items I dan o.
And Carol just saying she's looking forward to see the final items. They've only got an hour, as Aaron is saying. They've been at it for about 45 minutes already, so I think they're just putting the finishing touches on everything. They haven't got an awful lot of time left. And Aaron just said, I wouldn't mind judging this particular competition, because there might be a chance of a little snack later on. What about you, Carol? Are you busy for the next couple of days? Yes, I am. There's a lot of marketing events going on, and you know, there is a lot at the moment. There's so many competitions going on today with the young farmers. We've got to make sure that we catch up with each and every one of them. Yeah, the young farmers calendar is so busy. The Eisteddfod was last week, so it's quite a challenge to keep up with everything, but it's very enjoyable. I'd prefer to be busy, so I'd better let you get on with it. Don't forget our competition, a chance to win a voucher worth £100 to spend at your local farm shop. Watch the video on the website and answer this question. How much was Twilight, last year's Winter Fair Grand Champion, sold for at auction? Was it A, £4,500, B, £7,000, or C, £8,500? The rules are on the website, and the competition will end at 4 o'clock on Tuesday the 25th. And we'll be announcing the winner on the highlights programme on Sunday evening. Well, there's still a lot of activity going on in the sheep shed. That's where we're heading now, and rejoin Erin and Gerald.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. We started moving on in the section, and we're back with Mr. Jaffa then, judging the class of Paul Dorset.
Yes, we're on to this class now, and yeah, a few in the class as well.
There's a lot, actually. They've been very well represented.
It's quite a popular breed, it's come.
Yes, indeed.
But I think they're just setting up now, aren't they? Just getting ready for the judge to have a look.
Paul Dorset, there's actually a pair of horn Dorsets in there as well, so they must be native Dorsets instead of, so they're mixed between the polled and the horn Dorset lambs then. So he's got quite a scattered lined up, let's just say, at the moment. So whether it's whether he has been working and selecting, or whether it's just that they've stopped at random and now he will start examining them now.
And we're looking at a pair in front of us, and they haven't been trimmed too heavy, have they? But I'm just noticing the hocks have been trimmed a little bit, have they? Or is it just
trying to emphasise their, say, back end? That's what they're doing. So taking a little bit of an indentation on their own the hock there, and it makes then, say, perhaps their back end look a little bit more curved than perhaps it is, or just emphasising how curved the back end is. So, you know, it's tricks and trades, and a lot of different shepherds have different styles and how to present their lambs or exhibit their lambs, like so. And we will see lambs at the front end of the lineup there have been trimmed quite excessively hard for Dorset. So I don't think there's any specific rule in terms of they can be trimmed, so it's down to the how good or how bad or how hard the trimmers actually decide to trim these lambs. So.
Yeah, personal preference is key, I'm sure.
It's quite interesting. Then we've seen a class of the taxel then just a little bit earlier on, then, or the butcher's weight untrimmed. I suppose then there's the more natural in front of you, and what it is what it is. But then some of these shepherds are so skillful and show their skills off in presenting these lambs, like I say, and trimmed as good as they are. So
well, it's about enhancing the natural features as they.
It's a show. It's a show.
And this is not a breed that I've done much with before, but it's interesting to see them and for it to be a fat stock, obviously.
I think this is probably one of the I'm going to say then one of the strongest sections, one of the strongest classes that we've seen here at the Winter Fair of this particular breed. But there is a surge throughout the industry, the farming industry, of the natives, and it's I'm sure that has a little bit of a bearing on that. The native sheep has come into the thing, because these are Dorsets, they are native to this British Isles, and so native is not just the Wales, like in terms of speckled Welsh Cheviots or whatever. They are travelled, and probably there is flocks of Dorsets around here, and I personally don't know of anybody, but anyway, we'll have to come back in a while and see if Mr. Jaffa has made his decision on this particular class.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd. We're with you till 4 o'clock this afternoon, live here on S4C. Let's catch up with what's going on in the cattle ring. Let's rejoin Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back in another section of the limousine sired heifer, and going up the weights a little bit then, and we increased the size and the strength a little bit this time, Erin, and not quite so many in this particular bracket, but they're a very, very tight weight scenario in this one, isn't it? I think from 628 to 632. You can't get much closer than that, can we? 4 animals with only 4 kilos difference.
No, so yeah.
So I would say they should be very, very uniform and close together in size, shape. Just it's down to the judge now to decide which he thinks is the best one.
Yeah, it's up to him to have a feel around, watch how they walk. A lot of attributes are collated together to enable to have the winner.
Quite right.
His opinion, isn't it?
Quite right.
And a few young handlers here as well, or young people showing.
Oh, it's good to see
the
them.
heifers. Yes, brilliant.
It's good to see then the trust factor within the parents and whatever to allow these young people, as I stated, in this particular ring is quite overwhelming, and for an animal to go out to the, you can see cameramen in the background there filming, and pictures being taken, and all different colours of people, clothing and noises of what else is going on in the show. So to handle a 600 and something kilo animal, it's got to be quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy, I'm sure, but I think the passion they have, isn't it? And it's every child's dream is to be able to...
Yes, to take that ultimate crown tomorrow, yes.
Yeah,
especially
when you're a family that's renowned for breeding or showing. It's a dream come true.
Yeah. Some of these animals then, as we see here, then they're not all bred by exhibitor. We have commercial beef shows and sales right throughout Wales then, because there is a very good one in Ruthin and there is a very good one in Brecon then every year, and a lot of these showmen would go out and purchase this animal out of the sale, and then testament to them to produce it to feed and produce it to be the standard of what it is today. So a lot of these animals are bought, and being myself and in the suckler cows, we used to try and produce these animals, and I had no sort of aspirations of showing myself, then sell that animal obviously for a premium for somebody else then to go along and show the animal at the show here, or a lot of these animals then will have been shown in commercial beef sections right throughout the summer shows as well.
Yeah, and as a buyer you have to have that eye for a good heifer, a good
fair
steer. You know, it's not easy just to go and buy anyone. You have to look and see.
Well, when they purchase these animals, a lot of these animals are shown in these sales, as I alluded to. I think they're in January, February time. Well, a lot of these animals would only be in that 220 to 250 kilo mark. So to be able to take them on to the 650 or 30, 40, 50 kilos as they are today, they're going to alter, they're going to change, they're going to grow, they're going to... So, yeah, it's testament to the people that buy the animal and then bring it back as far as here. And then, obviously, if they do come up trumps and win, well, they've done the job very good, haven't they?
Yes, of course. And as well for the breed, I'm sure they'll let them know as well how the heifers done on it. So probably for next year they'll be looking out for if we had any more for sale.
Come up trumps in here in the winter fair, then yes, you'll be knocking on his door. I remember I bought it last year, didn't I? So yeah, no, but it's a hobby. It's a hobby, and we all have our different hobbies in life. So it's a hobby to show cattle, and the downside of it is, as farmers, yourself and I, then the expense factor is quite a lot now, isn't it? The food and the obviously everything that is associated with the animal, even down to the straw that these animals are actually lying on, is very expensive. And so, yes, if we come up trumps and win and get a fair price for the animal at the other end of it, well, they'd all be happy, wouldn't they? But some of them don't turn out, and we've all... Yourself and myself are in the sheepdog world, and you think you've got a winner, but unfortunately somebody else has got a better one, isn't it? And not only that, maybe the animal doesn't quite get as good as what you thought it was, so that's all part and parcel of being a stockman, a showman, or whatever you want to be, isn't it?
And I'm sure that eagerness to have the next best one carries you through the downfalls as well.
It's the desire to get to the top, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah.
But then, you know, to be fair, like, and everyone, like we've alluded to many times, these animals here are presented fantastically well, and they think as long as they've done their best, well, they can't do no more, can they? And it's all down as whether you're competing as, like we alluded to, the sheepdog trial, it's the opinion of a person with a pen in his hand, and it's the opinion of this Mike Rowlands here on this heifer section here, when he's walking around here thinking, well, this is the best, that's the best, or whatever. So and he's made the decision again, and
who's taking it? It is Megan.
I think so, and it's another. We've seen a Pepsi earlier on winning a class, didn't we?
Oh yes, we did. So it's quite a popular name, I think.
Yeah, and to be fair, as I stated earlier, this actual heifer was bred by D.S. and D.A. Brute, and they are a family from Brecon that have bred this particular animal. So, testament to this young lady or whoever purchased this animal, they've done the job right so far, haven't they?
Oh, fantastic to see that. I'm sure she'll remember this for a while.
She will do.
And
the only thing is, perhaps she went to one next year. See, wouldn't she?
Well,
could be expensive, isn't it, for the parents or grandparents or parents? Yeah.
But it could be worse.
It could be. You were quite right.
Oh, and look, she's tearful as well.
Yeah.
It just shows a passion. And...
Sut ti'n teimlo pan nath e weid wrth tynnu ti mewn?
O, fi ffili credu ni, o'n i honestly ffili credu.
Sut oedd y nerves ti?
To be fair, she's probably put a lot of work into this, and as I say, look how quiet that particular heifer is. She's done a marvellous job.
Yeah.
Deserves all the credit she's got. Congratulations, and let's hope we see her tomorrow.
Wedi magu adre ni?
And you know yourself, it's not easy going out in front of a crowd.
No, indeed it isn't. So I hope she'll hold it together for tomorrow, and I hope to wish her all the success tomorrow.
Wneud interview a popeth yn byd, so so mae'n stori bach neis. A wedi troi ddi allan yn anhygoel. Da iawn ti. Pob lwc yn y young handlers y Trynwyr Ifeg. A llon gyfarchiadau. Da iawn, boys.
Ar stondin cywain hefyd.
Well, we're back in the food hall, and Nia is with a company called Madarch Cymru Mushroom Wales, who are also part of the cywain setup. Well, Madarch Cymru has been around for quite a while. Cynan Jones established the company years ago. So we've been working hand in hand with Cynan. So we grow the mushroom for Cynan in Trimsaran, in Penparce by Aberystwyth, and in North Wales as well, in Bethesda. Nia's just referring to the fact that mushroom looks like a hat. It's quite solid, but it's quite smooth as well, like fur. We also grow shiitake mushrooms and the oyster mushroom as well. And there's packeting there. You can grow your own mushrooms. And a lot of people have shown an interest in growing their own mushrooms, as it were. And why is that, do you think? Well, we've done a lot of research with the University in Aberystwyth to see what's the best way of growing them. So we grow them with LEDs, which produces a lot of vitamin D. So if you have them fresh or with a powder, you can add them to a variety of different things. So we grow them, we dry them, and make them into powder here in Wales. The lion's mane is very good in coffee. We do teas out of them as well. Can you add it to other foods? Yes. Smoothies. Porridge. Because it's beneficial for the for mental health. It helps with the receptacles in the brain. A lot of research has gone into this, yeah. And the other types are, these are more savoury. That's good in pastas and soups, anything. You bring out the flavour of what you're cooking by adding it to them. So you just add the vitamins that the mushrooms produce. Umami. That taste comes from the shiitake mushroom. And then we put hallan the salt, and seaweed in there as well. There's the shiitake, and we're back with the lion's mane.
So mae hwnna'n edrych yn neis iawn, mae di pecynnu yn hyfryd. A da chi'n cael diwrnod da yn y ffair hyd yn hyn?
We had a good day in the fair so far, yes. It's nice to be with the coffee company, who Nia spoke to earlier on. They're working hand in hand, so it's advantageous to both companies. Welcome back. First day of the Winter Fair, and we're heading straight back to the sheep ring. Here's Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back, hopefully, in the conclusion of the Dorset class, which we featured earlier on, Erin. And Mr. Jaffa then has selected, I believe he's had perhaps a little bit of a sort out, because there was quite a lot in the class, wasn't there, what we've seen, and we're down to 6 or 7 pairs, and it's a horned pair that he has chosen at the top end there, so
interesting.
yes, to be fair, and it's number 405 in Daniel Jarman that has come to the top. Very well trimmed pair of lambs as well, so
yeah, and quite shapy in the back end, aren't
yes,
they?
they are, to be
There's a
fair.
meat.
There's an interesting factor then there, perhaps there is, we noticed then on the Dorset, there's a lot of wool down the legs. There's no wool on the legs of this particular horn pair, so maybe they've been working hard and trimming the hair and wool off the legs then, so making them look more, say, shapy than perhaps then. But they're nice lambs, fair dues, and as we stated before, it's a native breed.
Third year in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to see such a big class as well before you whittled them down.
All the time, and keep them how we like them.
And when I saw you late last night, you had another 2 to prepare for the show. You were quite last minute, but you've turned them out amazingly.
Yeah, you've got to be last minute with them.
Why is that?
Well, if you trim them too soon, you've got to trim them again.
They're quite fresh then.
Yeah.
Well, you can't have much fresher than that, can you?
No, I know. No.
So you've got a lot to come again?
We've got 1 more pair of lambs left, so it's been a good day.
It's been a hard week for you.
Yeah.
But Mum is watching and she's proud of you, I'm sure. Very proud of you. Well done, you.
All right.
Well, there we are. We heard it from the gentleman himself, trimming hard. As he stated, then if he hadn't trimmed them last night, he might have had to trim them again this morning. But no, that's the thing. But then we should hear what the judge has to say.
Yes, I did.
Have you had a wonderful time?
Lovely day. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very, very.
You've had a busy day.
Yes, enjoyed it very much.
And what do you think of the standard of the Welsh lamb?
Second to none. Excellent. You should be proud of that. Well, I think Welsh lamb should be the number 1 in the world. You know, all the Welsh farmers doing an excellent job. You know, and they spend a lot of time on the livestock. You know, Welsh people should be proud of it. You know, we should tell our government to listen up. You know, we need to listen. The government needs to listen. That this is the only industry left in England, in the UK. So I think if we keep on going, what we're doing now, you know, you've seen the lambs today. They spent hours and hours at the lambs, you know, time, effort. You know, you should be all proud of it.
Well, we are grateful for your time.
Thank you very much.
For doing all the judging.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go, some positive thoughts from our judge.
Thank you very much.
So last we will see of him in this particular competition because his job is finished.
Well, to see all the action from the Winter Fair, visit the website s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. You can watch clips from all the competitions on demand, and don't forget a competition where there's a chance to win a voucher worth £100 to spend at your local farm shop. That's all on the website. Now we're going to head back to the horse marquee, and here's Rachel once again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back up with the Section A's. So this time we're on the colt foals. So interestingly enough, entries this year are 139, and last year they were 96. So a boost in entries. The record was actually 163 in 2007. So it's not you know, too far off the record entry. And our judge, Mr. Harold Zowet from Holland, overseeing the classes today.
I ni fel gynulleidfa ac hefyd I Harold.
So we're just going to join them at their initial walk around. So this is the filly or gelding foal class. Yeah, so this is quite nice because we're actually getting to see a trot up here. So 2105 in front of us. Gwylio'r Audrey and by pen dot page boy. Can't quite see the excitable Roan.
Cyfle cynta iddo fe weld.
I'll try and give you numbers as they pass. Obviously at home you've got no catalogues, it's nice for you to know prefixes and breeding, so I'll try my best. So 2129 there. Nantforthog Daylily by Sentinel Ramos. Been a good stock getter for the stud.
March Sentinel Ramos ar gaseg Nantforthog.
Another one feeling
Thomas Jones and dangos Riley Rossin Hef.
So no matter how hard you practice, obviously when you get to the show, they're unpredictable and all your hard work can disappear in front of your eyes. You know, they're animals, they're not machines. That's the joy. Horses, as they say, are great levelers. You can be up 1 minute and down the next. So I think that goes for all horse sports, or even if you just keep them to hack out. So hopefully we'll come back later and we will have a result for you of the A foals.
Thanks, Rachel. And we'll be back there later on. Well, then, will he join Aaron, who's once again with the young farmers, and another one of their competitions is the chicken jointing competition. And Aaron's just referring to the fact that he's been watching the previous competition, but chicken jointing is something that's quite new to him. This is an annual competition that they have, of course, and the task facing the competitors is to joint and pack them into skin-on portions, a shop-bought chicken as follows into drumsticks, boneless thighs, supremes and winglets, and then the competitors are there to provide their own packing materials, and they must be packed in a single bag or container, and the carcasses must be placed in a separate bag. And the points are awarded for preparation of the table and the method, of course, butchery and knife skills, the portioning of the carcass, the skin coverage of joints, the cleanliness and the packing and presentation. So there's a great amount of concentration going on, and the lady that Aaron is talking to has been coaching some of these competitors with these particular skills. She's from Ceredigion, which has been a very successful county as far as the young farmers competitions are concerned. They win the main competitions in the Royal Welsh, or have done on more than one occasion. And Aaron's just saying, it just surprises me. It's such it's a very important that the young farmers have all these different experiences that are available for them. It's a very special organisation, and a lot of the young people, they benefit from having the opportunities not only to compete at the Winter Fair and the Summer Show, but also with all the other performing opportunities and Eisteddfods and the like that are available for them to take part in. And Aaron himself has been participating in several of those in the past. Right, let's head back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Erin and Gerald.
Yes, we're back to the cattle ring now, and we're still on the limousine class.
Yes, we are. We're moving up section by section. We have 5 heifers in this particular section, and as we alluded to before, we go up in the weight just a few kilos. Obviously, this is a 805, so there is 5 heifers present in this particular class, and up we go in the weight there, in up to
698.
Aye, we're getting up there now. So that's mine correct. It's just 2 kilos short of 700 kilos. That's quite a large quite a large heifer. But doesn't detract from the fact that the quality is just maybe she's a fraction older. Some heifers will, or some animals will gain quite a bit, and very, very good converters of food into meat, and then others are not quite so good, but these heifers then probably not. These heifers will have been around in the summer shows, and maybe they will just have to check their food a little bit to try and keep them in shape, and then they increase the food then slightly then to come out here to be exhibited in this particular class in the fair. A harder job basically to keep perhaps a stronger animal like this in check and not going too heavy and too big and that, rather than say being able to feed a younger and a lighter weight heifer as much as you want to keep improving, isn't it?
Yeah, it's keeping the balance, isn't it?
That's quite right, the balance is the word, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the list of names now, and there's one standing out. DJ Livestock Kiwi Queen. Well, what a name.
Yeah, fair comment. DJ Livestock Kiwi Queen, yeah.
It'd be interesting to know the story behind her.
It would be interesting, actually, to find out, yes, indeed. But, as you say, there's one Bacardi, look, and a heifer called Bacardi, so I don't know what to suggest was happening when that was named. I don't know. Perhaps they were out on the beer having a good time.
And the judge now is having another look at a heifer, and this one has taken from the limousine, the typical red colour. And she is a big heifer. Look at her go.
Wouldn't want her to step on your toe, would you?
Oh, no, I don't think so. And you know how they must, it's a skill to be able to show these cattle, isn't it? And for the handler to know exactly where to stand or where to place their hand, it's a skill.
Well, the heifer with the long-handled name in DJ Sylwebaeth was bred by David Lewis up in Pimpsint there then, so I don't think that he would have put that extended name on her. Kiwi Queen perhaps, but where the DJ livestock come from, I'm not too sure. Quite a heifer in shot there now then, is quite sort of heavy up front, which you think. But anyway, we'll have to come back in a while and see what Mr. Rowlands has made his decision.
Nadolig llawen, medda Merched y Wawr yn neuadd Clwyd Morgannwg, dyna lle dwi rwan yn yr adran.
Happy Christmas is the message that we've just seen, and Christmas, of course, is on the horizon, and Nia is with Llynos Owen, who has been one of the judges in the cookery section, and as Llynos was just saying, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking for within the competition, which was to create any pudding that you could have at Christmas, as it were, apart from the traditional Christmas pudding, which you can see there. There's about 3 or 4 of them there all together, but there's a variety of different Christmas puddings. And when you look at them, yes, you can see, wow, but you've also got to consider what they like, what the ingredients they've used, and if you're looking at it on Christmas Day, is it something that's appealing?
Dwi'n meddwl bod ma' ddipyn o betha ma' gynnoch chi gacen man hyn, lle ma' gynnoch chi mincemeat yn y canol, so mae'n rhywbeth.
There's a cake here that's got mincemeat in the middle of it, which gives you a different take on what you would call a bakewell tart otherwise. And these would be more appropriate for an afternoon tea on Christmas Day, perhaps, not to go with the actual Christmas lunch itself. This, for example, has got mincemeat again, and once again, I would probably have that with a Christmas tea time in comparison to this cheesecake that you've got here.
dynion bach sinsir o gwmpas y gacen.
You've got the ginger men there, of course. And that you can see that had that Christmassy taste that I was expecting from it. Maybe at the bottom, you know, it's a bit on the thick side, but in second position was the Christmas pudding. As you can see, on top of the Christmas pudding, you've got chocolate. You've got the holly on the top, made from chocolate. And this tasted far superior to the other Christmas puddings that had been entered in this particular competition. You can have a pudding that's, you know, slightly darker, but I preferred the taste of this one. And the chocolate, of course, just was something extra on top, as it were.
Wow.
And the winning exhibit.
Mae hwnna'n picture go iawn, dydi? O'r munud nes I ddod yma.
And Llynos is just saying that once I walked in, this caught my eye straight away. As you can see the different layers. You look around it, every layer looks perfect, measured equally. And the taste with it, the ganache on the top, so that softer layers and the crunch at the bottom. The combination was fantastic. That's why this won the main prize. Gina's just saying she's had a great day, and it's been an interesting competition. 29 entrants altogether, and it just gives you an extra idea for what you can prepare with your Christmas lunch.
I ni nes at y lan I ddod o hyd I enillydd y dosbarth yma i'r ebolesu neu...
Well, welcome back, and we're heading straight for the horse marquee, and here's Rachel once again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back up on the Horse Hill for the Section A filly or gelding class. And Harold Zoe, our judge, taking a final look.
Wedi cael ei magu bryd fa Ffair Aeaf, felly 1 a 2 am hyn.
I think he's made his decision, so I am guessing.
Siarad gyda...
They may stay where they are.
Stewart.
No. Now this is interesting. He's not calling them all out again, but he's actually swapping the first 2 over.
Well, wedi newid nhw o gwmpas.
So there we are. He's swapped the first 2 ponies over. And he's handing out prizes.
Wrth gwrs sydd yn mynd â hi, Thomas Jones yn dangos ar...
And 2127 Thomas Jones's Friarly Ross and Heath, and the pony standing next to him, which just got swapped from first to second. I'm sure he won't mind at all, as he's actually the owner of both ponies, so I'm sure he doesn't mind that last minute swap. And the second pony is Menai Mon Alice. So, well done to Thomas Jones. I think this will be in Welsh.
Oh, literally dream come true. Yr un cynta'r ail, dyn ni, bach o'r ail rhwng mam a dad a ddi. O'n i'n siŵr beth os o'n i'n mynd ddod ar ddoi, ond
so obviously Thomas, well known from the Menai and Friarly studs, world famous studs in the Welsh pony world. So to have first and second, dream come true for him, though they've had much success here at the Royal Welsh, both the summer show and the winter fair. So, picking up first and second there in the filly or gelding foal class. And we will see them back a little bit later on. And I'll just give a quick mention. The third pony there was Pebbles Nibs' pony, Llwyn Carreg Brialen. So, I think we'll get a nice little show from these fillies now. Just nice to see them move. So we'll see both of those ponies belonging to Thomas Jones in the championship a little bit later on.
Thanks, Rachel. Right, let's get back to the cattle ring quite quickly. Is Erin and Gerald again?
Thank you, Gareth. Back to 8:05, Erin, and Mike Rowlands has got him walking round again, so I would suggest he's pulled that animal in, whether he's pulled it in first or just stopped them parading round. I'm not too sure, but it looks as if he's pulled him out as his first prize heifer. Number 41 from the Howison family. Should be interesting to see. Bacardi, 643 kilos. A lot on the hoof, isn't it, Ellen?
Yes, it is. And the judge is being very thorough. He's giving everybody time, and obviously this class has been on for a while now, so it's, you know.
Fair dues, yes. Actually, that actually heifer at number 41 there, if she does stay on the top, which I probably suggest that she would. She does look very, very full of meat, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She stands out.
Very, very full of meat, to be fair. Looks very finished, doesn't she?
Yes.
In terms of,
the width about her.
There is width and depth in the body, yes, indeed. It just looks a very good animal there.
The black ones come in after. I'm presuming it's going to be going from...
No, I would think myself this is what he's handling as number one and then number 2 down the line. He's been consistent all the day, hasn't he, in terms of awarding prizes, so he has made his decision. I would suggest he has, but we will see. Not over till Mr. Rowlands acknowledges the stewards within the show ring here. His decision is the final decision.
Yeah.
And as I alluded to earlier on then, Erin, we will see Mr. Mike Rowlands tomorrow. He will have obviously judged all these heifers all day, and all his first prize animals will come forward tomorrow, and then the steer judge later on will select all his animals, and then they become together as one tomorrow, Mr. Rowlands and the steer judge, to judge the overall championship. They used to have an independent judge would come out from outside and judge on the final stages of the competition, but the society has decided to stay within the two judges that have selected these animals forward. And obviously the steer judge tomorrow will have never handled any of these heifers before, and neither Mr. Rowlands will never have handled any of the steer judges, but they will come together tomorrow, and hopefully they'll agree on their decision to select the overall winners from the show.
Yeah, we've just had a little move around.
Yes,
so
indeed.
The red heifer's gone down one,
yeah,
the black
so
one's gone up.
It's from 5th prize to 3rd prize. Oh, he's having another go now in terms of he's actually brought the black heifer all the way from the bottom end up to 2nd position. So,
and I know myself, I've been asked to judge a few times, but for the sheep sections, and it's a difficult task.
It is difficult, it is. You have to back your judgment, you have to back in what you feel is the best, and at certain stages in your judging myself, then you will doubt yourself slightly, and then you'll see something good in that animal or something bad in that animal, and vice versa. And yes, as I alluded to before, nobody will ever ask you how long it took to do it, but somebody will ask you how did the job.
Yeah. You're in a room full of critics as well, which adds on pressure.
There's a lot of critics on the outside of this ring, you believe me, but
well, the black heifer's coming up one more.
The black heifer's come up to 2nd position now, to be fair. So on his I don't know how many examinations, but on his final examination he has decided that the black heifer is better than the 3rd prize heifer. He made his decision at last, so it is the Howardson family, number 41, that has come to the top, Bacardi. And she does look an exceptional, full of meat heifer, to be fair then.
Yeah, she does. And enjoying a little scratch on her head there.
That's quite right. I wouldn't say, well presented, well shown. Unfortunately, you see what them ladies are eating there, that's where she might end up.
Well.
No, fair dues, congratulations to them, and I'm sure he'll be very delighted to go forward to tomorrow. And I would think then she's very good across the top line there, isn't she, as we look from her head back over towards the rump, and that very, very wide, and a good animal. I'd say a good animal to go forward. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see.
Croeso nôl I chi at Gylch y Defed, a ni'n yn nosbarth y Defed Balwen Cymreig.
So we're back in the sheep ring, and
we're on the Balwens now.
Well, we are indeed, yes.
This will be
Are
an
they a
interesting
minority
class.
breed in size, or are they minority breed in numbers, size-wise, is it?
Well, yeah.
There's a lot of Balwens actually in the summer shows. We see a lot of Balwens exhibited right throughout the summer, and a very popular breed with the small holders there.
Yeah.
Easy maintained, easily handled, easily cared for, little hardy sheep. So
But getting them correct is quite the task, with the markings and the white, where the white is on the tip of the tail and the legs.
I believe, am I correct then? The four legs are supposed to be white, and the band is supposed to be consistent all the way throughout, and there's supposed to be a certain distance of white in the tails. Now, whether that is relevant in the actual...
Well, yeah, that's true.
In the final class in the Winter Fair, I'm not, because that is a breed characteristic that would be relevant in the summer shows, yes. But whether it would actually be the case in them now finally coming to the prime stock show, I don't know.
And we're seeing Paul Hancock taking first prize with a pair of Balwens there.
I went and bought them from the Badger sale, and I only picked out 2 lambs, and these were the 2.
You picked the winners?
Yeah.
You got a good eye for stock.
Yeah.
Diolch fawr iawn.
Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. A wedyn, wrth gwrs, mae da ni y person pwysig, y beirniad I hunan. Nawr, desio I chi, chi di mwyn...
And then they're going on to the judge now, having a little interview with the judge. with Mike Owens, or Michael Kent as he's known locally, and he's from Carnarvonshire, and he's been a grader for 44 years, I believe.
So we should know what he wants then.
So we should know, and especially judging these Welsh native breeds, you know, it's something that he's probably familiar with, being from North Wales, but now he's concentrating on the farm at home, and he keeps sheep and cattle as well, I believe.
Well done. Well, he stated it's quite an honour here to judge at the Royal Welsh Winter Fair, as every judge will agree with him. And he's done a good job, and with, as I stated, whether a minority breed or in the showing or minority breed in numbers, I'm not sure, but they are one of the smallest breeds that there is out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And he's just alluded to the fact that over his career he's seen a decrease in the number of livestock markets and abattoirs, because being in that trade he's probably seen the decline, and that's an important point to remember, isn't it? Especially in the winter fair.
That's quite right. Yes, indeed.
How valuable our local abattoirs and our livestock markets are.
It's the be-all and end-all for us as farmers, isn't it? You know, and whether you are a dead person in selling dead or whether you're selling live, it's the market price that dictates basically where we're at. But anyway, we'll have to come back in a while and see what happens.
Yeah, Mam Sedlen, the fireman, Orlawn.
Well, as you can see, it's been a very busy day on the first day of this year's winter fair, and it's dry at the moment. Let's have another forecast now from Branwen Gwyn. The rain has stopped, because the last time we saw her, she had an umbrella in her hand. Let's have a look at the forecast and the map. You can see those scattered showers in the west. And this afternoon, it's going to be about 8 degrees centigrade here in Llanelwedd. Tonight, some more showers, some of them heavy, to the west, but they will clear away, and the temperatures between 7 and 1 degree Celsius overnight. Now then, looking forward to tomorrow. Once those showers have cleared in the morning, clear skies above. It's going to be sunny, dry, and about 7 degrees here in Llanelwedd. But things are going to change from Wednesday onwards. Wet and windy is the forecast for the rest of the week.
Diolch Branwen, mae'n brysur yma. Brysur iawn. Pawb yn crwydro'r maes yma.
Well, once again, we will be leaving you for the news headlines. But of course, we will be coming back. We're with you, of course, live until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So, for the time being, it's goodbye, but we will be back.
Pnawn da i chi. Mae undeb yr NFU wedi rhybuddio nad oes modd gorbwysleisio pryder ymhlith ffermwyr dofednod ynghylch lledaeniad ffliw adar. Bydd rhaid difadegau o filoedd o adar yn ystod yr wythnosau diwetha yn dilyn sawl achos ar draws Cymru. A gyda'r Nadolig yn agosau fe allai fod yn gyfnod anodd iawn i ffermwyr twrcwn yn benodol.
Mae pryder mawr iawn, achos mae o'n achos os da chi'n mwyn alwgus y gael o, mae o'n mynd i ffeithio ar eich busnes chi, da chi'n colli'ch adar i gyd. Ond twrcwn sy'n enghraifft, mae nhw, mae'r feirws yn ffeithio nhw yn sydyn ofnadwy os da chi'n digwydd i gael o, da chi'n cael golledion sydyn ofnadwy. Ac wrth gwrs mae'r rhai busnesau yn cynhyrchu twrcwn sy'n adolyg, a mae'r rheini sydd wedi colli twrcwn swan, maen nhw wedi colli busnes am y flwyddyn.
Mae arlywydd Wcrain Volodymyr Zelensky wedi dweud bod yna gamau pwysig wedi bod yn sgil y trafodaethau gyda America i geisio dod â'r rhyfel gyda Rwsia i ben. Dywedodd yr arlywydd Trump hefyd bod yna gynnydd mawr wedi wneud yn ystod y cyfarfod yn Genefa. Ond mae Mr Zelensky wedi rhybuddio nad yw'n fodlon arwyddo unrhyw gytundeb a fydde'n rhoi tiriogaeth i Rwsia. Mae cymaint ag 1 o bob 6 o bobl hŷn yng Nghymru yn byw mewn tlodi yn ôl adroddiad newydd gan Gomisiynydd Pobl Hŷn Cymru. Mae'n galw am gefnogaeth gan lywodraethau yn San Steffan ac y Mae Caerdydd. Yn ôl Llywodraeth Cymru, mae'n benderfynol o helpu rhai sydd angen y gefnogaeth fwyaf. Ac yn ôl Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig, mae cefnogi pensiynwyr ar frig hi agenda. Bydd cyfarfod cyhoeddus yn cael ei gynnal heno yn Hendi Gwyn ar Daf i drafod y llifogydd diweddar nath achosi gymaint o ddifrod a phroblemau yn yr ardal. Bydd rhaid i nifer o bobl adael i cartrefi a sawl busnes lleol gau ar ôl i lifogydd daro'r dref ddechrau'r mis. Nod y cyfarfod yw rhoi'r cyfle i drigolion leisio eu pryderon. Ac yn yr awr diwetha, mae Clwb Pêl-drod Abertawe wedi cyhoeddi mai Vitor Matos, sydd wedi benodi'n rheolwr newydd. Yn gyn-rheolwr Clwb Maritimo ym Mhortiwgal, mae Matos sy'n 37 hefyd wedi gweithio fel hyfforddwr yn Lerpwl dan Jürgen Klopp. Mae e'n olynu Alan Sheehan, gafodd ei ddiswyddo yn dilyn rhediad siomedig yr elyrch yn y bencampwriaeth. A dyna'r diweddara o'r stafell newyddion. Am ddau, Nia Cerys fydd yma gyda'r penawdau. Am 7, hwyl fawr i chi. Stori fawr y bore.
Well, the highlight of the morning at the Winter Fair was the winner of the inaugural Dai Jones Llanilar Memorial Award.
Dangos ysbryd cefn gwlad ei hun, a dwi'n gobeithio dyna byddai'n gallu rhoi drosodd yn yr eitem yma. A fel ddudodd Dai unwaith, pobl arbennig di pobl cefn gwlad, a diolch i'r nefoedd am gael fod yn un ohonyn nhw.
Yes, welcome back, and many congratulations to Ellen Gwen Williams, who was awarded the Dai Jones Memorial Award earlier this morning. Well, the competing continues, the shopping continues, and before too long, this is what we're going to be featuring. The Welsh Mountain Sheep will be facing the judges. We will also be visiting the Carcass Hall. And the homebred heifers will be featured in the cattle ring. Yes, there's plenty happening here. We are going to be with you here on S4C until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And there'll be plenty going on in the cattle ring, and the homebred heifers, as I mentioned, will be featuring next. And of course, it was quite an emotional morning earlier this morning when Megan, the young girl with Pepsi, of course, she was in tears, as was her mother. It'll be a memorable Winter Fair for both of them, and there'll be more memorable moments in the cattle ring, I'm sure. And we've been to the sheep ring quite a few times already during the course of this, the first day in the Winter Fair. 2 rings, of course, in the sheep ring, and it's quite a task to keep up with everything that's going on there during the course of the day. But and it's been nice to see young handlers, young exhibitors having a lot of success in the sheep ring, and there'll be more to come later. Right, we'll start proceedings by heading off to the horse marquee. So we'll join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the horse marquee, and we're on the yearling section A's. So we've got our judge, Harold Zowett. So I'm hoping we're going to get quite a nice look at the go-around, so you can see the ponies going rather than just stood in the lineup. So we're now on 177, which is the yearling colt. So 20 entries. So as I mentioned earlier, the A's were up in entries this year, up to 139 from 94 last year. So a nice increase there. Not too far off the record of 163 entries. So a nice, I think, I can't quite see, but it's looking like definitely more than half have come forward for judging. Yeah, possibly 12 or 14, so that's more than half the catalogued entries forward. So I'll try and give you some names and read them as they passed. So I think this is 2163, Sam Morsley, Lynard Jackswild, and that pony was by Lynard Jackson. So can't quite see the number, but Simon Charlesworth. Not often seen in the native pony ranks.
wedyn, dyn ni'n gael yn yr hydref wrth i'r dechrau tywyllun gynhara.
2162 was the pony handled by Simon Charlesworth, and it was Mandy Higgins Pinewell Hegarty.
Felly be maen nhw'n neud wedyn, ydy rhoi goliadau ymlaen.
So that pony's
daylight bulbs.
given a nice account of himself there.
Just i sicrhau bod y cot yn just yn cadw chydig bach yn well.
Yr pethau bach.
Yeah, interesting to see.
Felly pam nagw ti eisiau gormod o got?
The previous pony shown in a bridle. And
efo'i cot yn llefyn ac yn slip.
The other colt shown in the halters.
Ac so mae job, mae pawb yn trio brwydro wedyn yn erbyn natur i wneud yn siŵr bod y cot yn aros ffordd cynhyrad y bosib.
Ond
so no,
always
difficult with the winter fairs. Obviously, some of these ponies haven't been out at all. And pony in front of us there, Parvadine Page Boy by Pendock Page Boy. Obviously, some of the ponies here might have been shown in the summer show, and obviously others might not have been shown in the summer at all. So
os mae yna egni gwahanol yn y cylch gyda'r oedran yn cynyddu, yn does e?
A ydych chi'n glywed mwy o sŵn yn doedd, mwy o fwrlwm.
Some may have been shown as foals last year. And some of these ponies may have been out to the young stock shows.
Dyma ni ebolion blwydd yn cael ei feirniadu. Bob un yn cael troten allan o blaen y beirniad Harold Zoot.
And we'll be back up to see a result later on.
Mae Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y botwm coch. English language commentary is available on Sky Plus, Freeview and Virgin Media. Please press the red button. If you have a TiVo box or Sky Q box, please go into settings and use the audio selection option. Subtitles are also available. Any problems, please contact our viewers hotline.
Wel, dwi wedi ffindio dau hen ffrind. Fi sy'n man y sioe yn yr haf.
Well, Aaron now has ventured a bit further afield. He's with Stacey Fletcher. And they're at the heavy horses section, which is a new one for the Winter Fair. Of course, the Heavy Horse Village was established in the show earlier in the year. And they have returned for the Winter Fair as well. And it's Stacey's just saying it's been very busy earlier this morning. We had a lot of children here, and you know, they're quite relaxed with the horses. And Stacey saying that we have 4 horses altogether. We're training the youngsters as well. What about the numbers? They have been a rare breed, and we have been trying to keep the breed going and promoting the breed, but since the show in the summer, people have been buying them as well. So it's the in thing at the moment, as it were. I think Aaron was introduced to one of them earlier in the year during the Royal Welsh Show, but there's a lot of work looking after these brilliant animals. Yes, they're animals that need, especially indoors, need an awful lot of room.
George. Ned.
Oh, hello.
Right, Stacey,
I think Aaron has upset one of them.
Croeso nôl I chi at...
I will be back with Aaron later on. In the meantime, it's back to the sheep ring.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back in the sheep ring, or one of the sheep rings, I should say, then, and it's in Welsh Mountain Class 85. Pure Welsh Mountain breed. Come on, Erin, you're in your own year.
Well, yes,
we're in your neck of the woods here with this type of Welsh ewe, or Welsh hog, I should say.
And it's right down the street of the judge, Mike Owens, as well. He'll be used to grading Welsh lambs, I'm sure. when he was a grader in different livestock markets.
Well, he's very popular grader with them too anyway,
well,
isn't
yes.
he? Thomas Rees-Hulme come to the fore with a pair of lambs.
O, ydyn. A sa'ch bod blaen arno nhw, chi gweld, mae'r beirniad yn chi gweld straight away.
And they said to win a prize in the winter fair with whatever breed or whatever shape or whatever size is a real plus, and I'm sure them two young men will be more than delighted with the result.
Oh, I'm sure. And you know, the work again, we've been discussing the trimming and things all the time, but these, you know, how much washing the fleece has happened to get them as clean and pristine as that.
Thomas Rees sydd, sorry, Hume. Ceredigion sydd yn ennill.
So yeah, they're just announcing the winner, Thomas Rees-Hulme. Now, and he's had the certificate and the rosette from the judge, and then we've got 582 as second. But before that, we'll have an interview with the first prized pair. I think there'd been a bit of confusion about who was winning and a bit of mix-up. I think we've all got back on track now with this pair being first. But they're just saying now that they show quite a few sheep, but this class is the most important to them, the Welsh Mountain, and obviously Welsh being a native breed here to Wales and known for their hardiness and ability to thrive on quite a harsh environment.
Fair comment, and they weighed quite well too, because they're 83.5, so they're nigh on 42 kilos each live weight. That'd be quite a good weight for you.
Yeah, very good. You know, it's above average, I'd say, probably for Welsh lambs. You'd get.
They've had a bit of food, surely, have they?
Well, I would imagine so. You know, to get them to this standard and to be competing in the show, they need a bit of pampering, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Pampering is a good word to describe it, I'm sure. The bucket, they will be running to the handler, not away from him, won't they?
They'll be no good with our sheepdogs, I don't think.
No fair comment. No, you're good lambs, and anyway, hopefully we'll see them later on.
Yeah, fantastic for the breed.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and we're here live on S4C until 4 o'clock. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Winter Fair. Let's head straight to the cattle ring. Here's Erin and Gerald.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. We're watching Mr. Rowlands working hard as we have since first thing this morning, Erin, and he must be getting close towards the conclusion of his job for today, but he has another class to look over, and I do believe it is homebred heifer section,
which I'm sure is quite a special class for a lot of people, as it's a homebred, obviously, so you're showing something that you've bred yourself. It is, just puts a bit more of a cherry on the cake, doesn't it, when it's your
that's
homebred?
Fair comment. Yes, indeed, to be fair, testament to these, probably when these animals were, as I alluded to before, in that nice young fresh stage at 200, 250 kilos, they might well have turned down a fair bit of revenue, but it's something that they'd like to feed and show themselves, and you'd like to think that they have great success at doing so, wouldn't you? Because anybody can splash the cash or weigh the checkbook in it and buy success, but it doesn't always, not the same as somebody that has bred, fed and shown themselves, isn't it?
Yeah, something special. And it's quite a small class, isn't it? It's only,
yes, indeed, there's only 5 heifers in the class,
yeah.
Yes.
But nevertheless, the quality looks...
Oh, tremendous, to be fair.
To be good.
Tremendous.
And these are any breed, isn't it? So we've got a bit of a mixture, maybe. Well, got the limbs. Maybe have we got a bit of a...
I would go as far to say it's probably mostly a limousine side, or
yeah,
that one in the end. It could be a blue
there.
cross, yes. That could be a blue cross heifer, but I think
mostly now are.
Mostly limousines, are they? Oh, look, there's a little bit of your favourite colour, a little bit of emmer on this, yeah? A bit of glitter with it, a bit of glitter.
Can't go wrong with a bit of glitter.
No, none whatsoever.
It might dazzle the judge's eyes.
Well, yeah, might get a bit in his eye to help the cause then a bit, wouldn't it? But no, good effort, good cattle, to be fair, and as I stated before, home, bred, fed and shown. And as you can allude to that yourself in the sheepdog world, and if you had bred a pup and trained it and won, it's nothing better feeling, isn't it? You've achieved something, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a bit more personal then,
Sound
isn't
as
it?
a bound it is, yes, agreed.
And I dare to say you get a bit more attached.
Fair comment, fair comment.
To do this show, obviously you're there to show the cattle off, and
that's right.
Up to you to sell or not at the end of the day, isn't it? But
that's right.
As we said before, these heifers might go for breeding, might not. Depends on the preference.
I believe I'm correct in stating then that number 79 there, not in shot just at the moment then, but I believe there's a brother and sister in the ring there and showing the cattle, and I think Tulare there with the red ribbon, red scarf around the neck is her brother, her sister, sorry, and so she's steward here in the Winter Fair, and her brother at number 79 there coming round is showing on behalf of the Jenkins family from Brongest up in Newcastle Emlyn, so she's going to do a little bit extra for her brother, surely, won't she? And it's the Belgian, looks like the Belgian cross heifer has come to the top at the moment anyway, and quite a good heifer, isn't she?
Yeah, she's got striking marks on her back legs.
She has, hasn't she? Yes.
But overall, obviously,
it's a good heifer. Right,
look at the width and the...
That's quite right. Oh, there we go. The Jenkins heifer didn't like being in third position, look. I think it was telling Tulare then.
Dyma'r pwysau delfrydol o dosbarth yma a'r heis di bod yn blaenorol. Mae nifer o fwtsieriaid yn edrych am yr...
And again, if you're looking at the weights, there is quite a variation. We're going from 520 to 583 kilos.
60 kilos, a lot of weight to give away or whatever. But he's made his decision, and it is number 77. From Robin Larry Roberts has come to the top 4, and it is the heaviest heifer at 583 in the class.
Oh, she is striking. I do like her, I must say.
No, very nice heifer, to be fair. Anyway, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see how successful she will be tomorrow.
Well, Gerald, it's the first visit to the Carcass Hall, and he runs with a well-known character, Arwyn Morgan, the butcher. We've seen him bidding in the ring at the Winter Fair many times in the past. I believe he's been judging in the Carcass Hall earlier today.
Yes, Arwyn, yes, quite a figure, a character, and he's a long way to travel, to be honest with you, to judge these carcasses here today, because he only lives across the other side of the valley on the showground here. So, no, he has. We've seen him, as you stated, purchasing the champion in the cattle and the pigs and the lambs over the years. So, it's testament to his skills as a judge that they've asked him now to judge the carcass competition here today.
As a judge, Gerald, what do you think he'd be looking for then?
Well, his shape is paramount, I think, but obviously as a butcher, his covering as well, and these lambs are nice to have a nice covering of meat, and it looks like the champion that he selected there, look, is very, very good shouldered as well, and a lot of these carcasses with extreme back ends are very, very often very narrow on the shoulder, but he's picked a pair of animals there, look, that are quite wide across the shoulder and have that good covering of, I don't know is it the correct word, but fat over top of the meat, because obviously then the fat is a paramount thing, or an essential thing when they're cooking these roasts, isn't it?
It's an interesting thing you just said there, that people don't buy a leg of lamb as much as they used to a while ago, and I don't know if it's because when you weigh it up and everything, you know, the price has gone up, but they now as butchers have to, you know, prepare it in a different way.
Well, they have to prepare it for what their customers are willing to pay, isn't it? And chops then, and as we've stated in the cattle lines, at the top line of an animal is very, very good, and the loin area is, as you know yourself, is very tasty meat, and probably the nicest meat of the lamb, isn't it? Whereas you have this sort of focus, get that big back leg in the pan, and hopefully it's going to feed the family for quite a while. But no, the whole meat trend has changed slightly, I'm sure. But look at excessive muscling on the back end. So how these butchers now will dice that up into different sections is entirely up to them, and present it for what their customers require. And you can state on the bottom, you can see there is an E3L, and E is the prime target for Euro bracket, which is all lambs are graded and classified under, is excellent confirmation, and 3L is the actual fat content of the lamb, and that is the one that everybody would want produced. 2, go down to a 2 when you're too lean, go up to a 3H and you are a little bit over fat. Some butchers would like 3Hs because obviously gives it a covering on the lamb to be able to cook it. But no, excellent carcasses, aren't they? You know, serious skillful for producers to produce a lamb of that particular shape.
And of course these will be up for auction later on, of course, and we've seen, you know, the auctions being held in the Carcass Hall before, but Arwyn's been Aaron's just asking, were you likely to buy this one? He said, doubt it.
Yeah, fair comment. No, to be fair then, a lot of butchers and that, well, as of the Christmas marts that used to be, it was the sort of the tradition or an opportunity for the local butchers of the towns, or the market towns, to come and purchase these animals to support the local farming community who supported them throughout the season. And this is perhaps on a slightly different scale, but this is the best end of the carcass competitions in the country, and obviously the one that produces and purchases the lamb here should get a reward, shouldn't they?
Well, don't forget, we do have a competition, a chance to win a voucher worth £100 to spend at your local farm shop. All you need to do is answer this question. How much was Twilight, last year's Winter Fair Grand Champion, sold for at auction? Was it £4,500, £7,000 or £8,500? The rules are on the website, and the competition will end at 4 o'clock tomorrow, Tuesday the 25th, and we will be announcing the winner on the highlights programme on Sunday evening. Good luck. Right, let's go back to the horse marquee, and we'll rejoin Rachel Thomas.
y merlod mynydd Cymreig.
Thanks again, Gareth. So we're coming back up to the second part of the yearling Section A colts, and I think Harold Zoet has made his decision. Though he did do some swapping around in the last class.
So
this is his initial lineup. We didn't see them all out doing an individual show, sorry, but
sydd ar y brig gyda Adam Fletcher, dyma chymryd Roland Williams.
When they get a rosette, you'll have a quick look at their movement. So an initial entry of 20 in this class.
And
I would say 14.
Dwi byth yn siomi na di.
Actually coming forward.
Ac yn drydydd wedyn, dyn ni'n gweld fan hyn yr ebol.
So I think
sef Glebdale Playboy.
Our judge is going to take a final look. And as I said, that he did do a swap in the last class, where he swapped the first two around.
Pendog Pageboy ar gaseg Pendog Patchwork. Felly dyma ni ar y brig ar hyn o bryd, a fel y ti'n crybwyll y newidiaeth wedi bod, sydd yn ychwanegu y cyffro i'r sawl sy'n edrych, ond dim cweit gyment i'r rheini sy'n cystadlu.
Yn union, mae'n ambell i falle sydd wedi symud lawr y sefleoedd, bydd wedi siomi rhyw faint os ni meddwl.
Different stamps of Tony in this class.
Newid?
Wel, falle just...
And I know that Harold is...
Dwi'n quite yn siŵr as
keen on a good foot.
Wedi mynd lawr i'r pedwerydd, ond...
Good foot, no horse, as the saying goes. And does like a mover, and obviously plenty of bone and a nice quality feather.
Reit agos iddyn nhw fan hyn lle dyn ni yn y blwch Sylwebaeth, ond mae'r beuned yn agos iawn, felly mae'n gallu gweld pob dim.
O'n i reit hoff o'r un sydd yn bedwerydd bellach.
Our viewers at home would be more than happy to take any of these ponies home with them. There's quality all of the way down the line. Harold going right the way to the end of the line, which is nice. Just making sure nothing's been missed. And obviously I think it's nice for competitors to know that they have been fairly and thoroughly judged. They have all paid the same entry fee. And I think when you see a judge taking as much notice of the top end of the line as the bottom, I think that's a really good thing to see. I don't think anything should be dismissed, whatever end of the line it is. You can always miss something, especially in big classes, and everything does deserve a proper look. Also true in the ridden classes. I know when I judge ridden classes, you have to give the first horse as good a ride as the last horse. You make sure you take him the same way. You ask for the same movements in the same place, and then it's fair. So taking the first place here is Parvadine Pageboy. And this pony won the yearling class at Lampeter. I think this is in English for you.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. This colt's been unbeaten all year. He couldn't go to the Royal Welsh this year because Kitty Bodley was judging, and it owns the stallion and Justin produces, so we couldn't take it, so we thought we'd bring him here. So just to finish off the season with another win is just amazing.
It was well worth the journey from Hereford.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's always well worth. We love the Winter Fair. To be honest, we have a lot of success. I've got to say that Karen's done a magic job on this horse. She's been sweating her nuts, trying to get him right for this show, and it's been real hard work. So now we're going to the bar down at Greenlands to go and celebrate with Roland.
Well, you celebrate. Thank you very much, and good luck in the championship. Thank you.
So there you go. A lot of hard work involved. It's not easy getting anything ready at this time of year in show condition. And especially native ponies, which are designed to grow a thick, hairy coat for the demands of winter. But this pony, a prolific winner. And just to mention there, for the second pony was Linard Born Wild, and that's come down from Wrexham. So there we are, spread out. And we'll be up in the horse ring a bit later on.
Croeso nôl ato ni at Gylch y Defed ac ar adran y bridiau cyfan dirol pur. Ac yma wrth ochr i mae'r gwrbo'r heddig sydd wedi codi bore yma ers clochda'r y cilog yn arddangos defed ei hunan, Malcolm Evans.
Well, welcome back. We're in the sheep ring once again today, or in one of the sheep rings, and Mrs. Gibbons, in the background there, still adjudicating over the pairs of lambs, and I'm sure perhaps she said it was an honour to judge the winter fair, but perhaps she's thinking on lines of now then perhaps it's damn sight easier to show than it is to judge, perhaps less work anyway, because all testament to all judges that come forward and judge. It is a hard process to them, because they have to judge every pair in its own right, and be very disrespectful, even if it doesn't please into the eye, that she didn't give them the once over and the full examination. And we see we're in the Texel class 87. And we have in past seen the winner of the show coming out of this particular section on many times. I wonder, will it be the one today?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Texel again, quite a popular breed, especially for the butcher as well.
And very heavy lambs in this, and I do believe this, and I'm correct in this, that there is a ceiling of the weight in the lambs then, and it's 110 kilos. And I see lambs here must have hit it just right. There's a pair of lambs in here at 110, but majority in this particular class are in that 90 something kilo mark, and then obviously the average weight then would be in that 40, high 40s average weight. So testament to them dying at 55, 56% or 58%, then they'd come out at that 22 to maybe 22.5 kilos, and that would be the target most of these would be hoping to get their lambs to.
That'll be a tidy weight. We're looking now at a pair that's not been trimmed quite heavily, but look at the shape on that one's back end.
Yes, indeed. And
unfortunately, we can't quite see the other one, but
frightened it's going to get away.
Well, must be quite a wild one.
Yeah.
Heading for the exit. But she's
well, they're good lambs in their own rights, to be fair, and obviously then Mrs. Gibbons here has had a sort of an elimination process, perhaps just to make her job a little bit easier, to witness what she considers to be the best qualified lambs perhaps in this particular class, and she's ended up with 6 pairs of tremendous quality, to be fair.
Yeah, because it can be quite overwhelming when you've got sheep in front of you, and it's easier to eliminate out, and you can have a clearer picture then.
Well,
which your favourites are?
She's obviously, like I alluded to before, taken chance and felt every particular pair of lambs, and then obviously the title is on the top there. It's a pair of lambs, and if she thinks that the one lamb is stronger or weaker, whichever way you would like to look at it, or maybe not quite a good enough a cover, or not a matching pair, well, obviously she has a chance then perhaps to reduce the number a little bit for her to have her final lineup, which she considers to be the best, and she can adjudicate them top half dozen pairs without, say, the interference of others in her eyesight or eye line and that. So yeah, nice pair of lambs there, but they're very well trimmed and very well presented, but we are sitting here watching. We haven't got our hands on, so we're not being able to judge that, are we? Because we can't see, can't feel, sorry. But big lambs, big upstanding lambs, aren't they? Then all right throughout, and these Texel lambs are up on the leg and showing themselves well, aren't they?
Yeah, and they've got quite a long carcass as well, which I think is an important attribute.
That's quite right. And we just actually, perhaps we shouldn't say in this, but we just witnessed the carcasses hanging up in the shed, so this is what we're looking at. So anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while and see the result of this particular section.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Erin.
Un o gystadlaethau sefydliad y merched ydy hon yn yr adran gwaith llaw. Matt Fidlan ydy'r das.
Now, Nia is in the handicrafts section, and one of the competitions in the Women's Institute class was a fiddle mat, or a fiddle quilt, which provides visual and tactile stimulation, and as you can see, there's a variety of entrants. And this is the particular fiddle mat that's come to the fore and has received the red card, and it's based on a family. It's like a family heirloom to some extent. The one that's won the red card is made of cotton, but the one that's received the second prize is is a woolen one. And Megan Williams, who's with Nia, is just referring to the fact as to how colourful they all are. And there's a great variety here as well. And she just also mentioning the fact that the number of entrants, it's nice to see people who are being so supportive of the Winter Fair and gone to a lot of time and trouble to create the handicrafts that are on show here. Nia's just asking her, do you think that this kind of thing is more popular now since COVID, perhaps? Well, I'm not sure, but what I've noticed, having moved from North Wales, from Trevor down to Carmarthenshire, and initially she wanted me to, I suggested we start a quilting class, but there wasn't much interest initially, but then all of a sudden many people showed an interest, and on the last Saturday of every month from about 9:30 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, we have several people who come together, and most of them retired, but it's something that seems to be more popular now than it was before. Now then, when I saw you earlier on, you said I've seen so many gonks today. I actually feel like a gonk myself. Now we moved to the Merched o Awr section here, and this class was asking for a gonk or a goblin or a dwarf in any medium. And of course, Megan was a judge in this particular section and said I had to handle them all. There's different, there's such a variety of them in different materials, but I've gone for the one, as you can see there, the gonk on the left is a very colourful one, the one that became second, but the one I've gone for is the one that sat in the chair with the Christmas bag. And but it was a pleasure to come here to judge this competition. I really enjoyed the experience, and there was one other thing that drew my attention, was this Welsh dresser made out of papier-mâché. It was another competition I was adjudicating. And the amount of detail that's gone into this is jaw-dropping. It's every single item is made out of papier-mâché. It's really fantastic piece of work, and that's the kind of thing that could be handed down from generation to generation. Nia Wyn Davis was responsible for that. Many congratulations to her and to you, Megan. You'll need to sit down like that gonk in an easy chair. Nice to talk to you again. Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and we're heading straight back to the cattle ring. Let's rejoin Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're in part 2 of the homebred heifer, any breed, which is bred and fed on the exhibitor's holding. It was self-explanatory that they're born out of their own herd of cows and fed at home and handled at home, and final straw is exhibited here today.
Well, yeah, these competitors have been in every part of the, every decision that's been made, from which bull to put to a cow to carving, and there's a lot of components to rearing a successful heifer or steer.
And there we have in shot then last year's winner of the overall, not the animal obviously, in the exhibitor, Mr. Tecwyn Jones. Won the fair last year, so he's hoping to maybe succeed this year. Lovely heifer then, which would obviously mean a lot to him if it was born and bred and fed on their own farm. So we'll just have to wait and see, but it's a very nice animal, and as Mr. Tecwyn Jones immaculately turned out and presented, and quiet as a lamb, as you might say.
And then who else? We've got Edwards Brothers again, competing in this one with Bara Braith, another local farm to us in Denbighshire. They're showing.
And the blood influence is probably Blue Limousine again mixture. We haven't featured too many Shallery crosses. We do see quite a few Shallery crosses in the fair here on numerous occasions, but not too many today. And they are distinctive probably with a white or cream or orange colour, aren't they? And it has been a day, I would say, for the Limousine and the Belgian Blue crosses and purebreds to come to the fore. But Mr. Rowlands, as we've seen him all day, examining this heifer with the same thorough examination as he has all day.
And there's been a crowd round the ring all day long, hasn't there?
Oh, a lot of people come to watch this particular spectacle. Yes, this is the prime stock show of the country, and the best cattle are on show here. So, and as I say, maybe some of these animals have been purchased in from their herds of cows, and obviously they'd like to follow them and see if they are successful and or how far they got in the competition. So yeah, it's good to see.
Well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see.
Well, let's hope we come back to this class a little bit later
on.
But
yes, maybe.
So we'll have to see in a while. We'll have to hopefully we'll come back and have a look and see the resumption of this class.
We most certainly will, but in the meantime we are leaving the cattle ring, we're heading for the sheep ring, and we'll stay with Gerald and Erin.
Yes, back to the hopefully the conclusion, and we left Mrs. Gibbons before examining the Texel class, and you see her in the background there behind mine, giving them the once over, and things have moved about a little bit, Erin, since we were here last time, because I do believe the two big lambs with a blue spot on the rumps was up about second position when we were here before, weren't they?
And Sophie and Kai.
Yes, I believe he's there. Up to second position. Yes, so
having another successful
well, it looks
class.
like it. Yes, indeed. Oh, she's made a decision. Unfortunately, they've fallen at the last hurdle by the look of it on this particular section, but
and I believe it's Dyfan Evans taking first prize.
There you go.
And they're no strangers to the Winter Fair either.
Fair dues, good lambs.
And then Sophie and Kai second.
And then particular pair then at 96 kilos combined weight, so at 48 kilos a piece.
Mae Kai a Sophie Davis o Aberbran fach.
Very good lamb.
Yeah, and a big class to choose from as well, so even more special when you get to the third, second and first place.
Yes, indeed, to be fair. Slight variation there in that particular pair then with Kai, maybe just a slight difference from not winning or not, didn't they? One is just that little bit fuller, just below the level of the tail, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I see what you mean.
It's just a little bit different. I mean, it's a bit testament to them. If you let them go, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. But no, you know, when they're standing side by side, there is just that little difference in the tail structure and where the tail is carried and that, so maybe it would be the difference. And two tails, they look very similar, don't they?
Yeah, it's the final detail,
it's a final
isn't it?
detail, and that's her job in Ms. Gibbons to sort out which is the winning pair. And as I stated many times, the competition is in the title, isn't it? It's a pair. It's a pair. So anyway, we will see this particular pair again going forward to the championship. And as I alluded to before, then these continental breeds take a lot of beating.
Yes, they do.
And the better end of the competitions, the butcher's weights and the Texels then and the Beltecs are quite strong. Let's hopefully we'll come back later and see.
Well, join in the fun of the fair by contacting or following us on Facebook, Instagram, X and of course TikTok. But if you're not happy for us to broadcast your comment, state that in your message. All the details are on our website. Right, it's back to the horse marquee and it's back to Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back up now to the section A's. So we're on the yearling filly or gelding class, so luckily we've come at the start, so hopefully we can see some moving, which will be quite nice. So 31 catalogued entries, and I would guess at way over half. So another good turnout for the A's. So our judge Harold Zowet from Holland.
Dyw hon ddim wedi rhannu mae un ddosbarth cyflawn a mae'n braf
studied these ponies very closely, taking his time deliberating, making sure he gives every pony equal chance. Making sure he takes a final look at the top of the line and all of the way down to the bottom. He's previously judged at Glanas, but obviously to judge at the Winter Fair is a childhood dream come true for him. He likes ponies that are good movers and with good fronts. And as we said earlier, very keen on animals with good feet. Very interestingly, one of his quotes was that there is no perfect pony, so it's the one that comes closest to perfect. Judging is all about forgiveness, as there's no perfect pony, it's about what you can forgive and what you can't. That's a really interesting way to look at it, I thought, when I read that. And even within a breed type, we all see ponies that conform to the breed type, but obviously none are exactly the same. If they were all exactly the same, then we wouldn't have shows. And we all do like something different, so I always think that sometimes in classes, you could judge the same class 5 times with 5 different judges and get 5 different results. So sometimes we all have to remember that as long as you're judged fairly and you enjoy and like your animal, that's the important thing. It's just one person's opinion on that day. So I think everything's been really well behaved so far. But obviously, these ponies, we'd hope that these are going to go on and carry children in the future and make our lead rein. Mountain of Moreland and first ridden ponies, and obviously some of these we might want them to come out and compete in the Mountain of Moreland worker classes, where obviously your small adults can ride them, so versatile ponies. These ponies can jump and carry small adults as long as they're a suitable size and weight, and obviously make excellent child's ponies.
Rhywbeth sydd yn symud yna, mae hynna wedi bod yn bwysig iawn iddo fo yn cyfro'r tir, ac dyna mae o'n gweld o'n blaenau ni yn fan hyn, sut maen nhw'n symud.
Pob lwc, Harold Zoot.
Some of these ponies are fantastic, extravagant movers, and we'll be back at the horse ring a little bit later on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Aaron's cracking jokes about eggs again. There's quite a few egg examples in front of me, he said. This is Hugh Evans, who's been judging here as well. And, of course, there are various different categories within this particular section. And it's been a busy morning for him, really. There's quite a few different classes, as I mentioned. This class, as you can see, so you can see what's actually inside the egg. And this one is the one that's been presented with the red card, and the reason being the albumin there, it's a strong albumin, or the white of the egg, yeah. And you can see that the yolk sits up nicely above it. So that was the winner in that particular section. Well, Aaron's just asking, now tell me, why is there such a variety of colour in all the eggs that we have in front of us here? Well, it depends on the hen that's laid them. I mean, the hen that laid that egg came from South America. Legons would be laying these white eggs, which Aaron's just compared to a ping pong ball. Moving on. Now, those are the bantam eggs. These have to be 1.5 ounces. We weigh the eggs to make sure that they come up to size and weight. They have to be under. They can't go over 1.5 ounces. Yeah, it takes quite a while to adjudicate and come to a conclusion. Now then, you know, you saw the eggs earlier on. If you had a hen that lays a brown egg and a hen that lays a blue egg, then you end up, and if you cross them, you get a hen that would lay a green egg. But Aaron just said, that doesn't appeal to me, so it looks as if it's gone off.
Un bach da fan'na. A dyn ni'n mynd mlaen wan, i'r rai sy'n matio I gilydd.
Now then.
Yeah, right, 3 weeks yn gyfartal.
Now the objective here is to find the eggs that are the same shape, the same colour, the same weight. And those are the 3 that came to the fore in this. You can see the sheen on the shell. And the last ones here, these are the champions. A group of 6 eggs. They're not quite ostrich eggs, Aaron. They're slightly bigger. But at least, yeah, well, I thought Aaron would come up with another cracker. You'd need a big... You'd need a sizable frying pan to fry all them together. What's the advocate from? Now, we'll have a little drink later on. I think you've earned it.
Well, Croeso nôl ato.
Right. We'll leave the eggs there and we'll return to the cattle ring.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the cattle ring. In terms of, we are now in the conclusion, hopefully, of the homebred heifer section 2. And we've seen our judge examining them before, and now it looks as if he is drawing his lineup.
And interestingly, the heifer that Tequin has there is a full sister to the one that won last year.
It is fair dues to him.
So I'm sure he's on pins, seeing if he'll have the double.
Well, yes, he's got to get over this hurdle first, but it's looking good just at the moment, isn't it?
It is, but him being placed in first at the moment.
That's quite right. You've got to win this particular section and his class to be able to progress to the final later on, and obviously it's a good start. He isn't there quite yet. Mr. Rowlands has given him his once over, and I'm sure he's made it. Yes, indeed, he has made his decision. So Declan Jones has come to the fore of this particular class. Like I say, it's a stepping stone to the final tomorrow.
Yes.
He'll be chasing Mr. Rowlands round tonight to buy him a drink and keep him on his side ready for tomorrow.
Oh no, fair play. That's an achievement. I'm sure it's a pressure when you've won once and trying to think,
100%.
will you do it again?
The pressure is on his shoulders, yes, indeed. But he will know in himself if she is quite as good or not as good or whatever then. So, but then also then he has witnessed today a lot of exceptional good cattle being exhibited and shown, and will have already gone forward to represent themselves and get through into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, isn't she looking good with a red rosette?
Oh, red, yes, indeed.
Lovely.
Bella.
She's there standing quietly.
Yes, indeed, he spent a fair bit of time handling this particular effort. Anyway, let's look hopefully to come back tomorrow and see Bella and see if Bella can pout Pepsi and whatever. So we'll see tomorrow.
Welcome back. We're with you for the next 45 minutes up until 4 o'clock, live here on S4C from the Winter Fair. We'll be here tomorrow as well, but in the meantime, we're heading to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Erin.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back in the sheep ring and the blue Texels. And knowing Mrs. Gibbons as I do, this is one of her strongest breeds in terms of they sell rams and of the blue Texel breed, and we've seen them exhibiting blue Texel lambs in the fair here many times.
So what do you think she'll be looking for then, knowing
the best
her
pair?
type, the best pair that match?
Yeah. No, indeed. No, she. I would have thought then, you know, the blue Texel is a breed then that has came on the scene just a bit like the belt Texel, a little bit smaller, a little bit stapley type and whatever. They have improved themselves in terms of stretch and size and that. So I would think she'd be looking for obviously a matching pair is paramount, but a pair that are full of meat, these blue Texels, and they are a good carcass sheep and matching pair, I think, and meat in the right places is what is paramount to her. And difficult class because they're all, I know all sheep are white in the Texels and the belt Texels and that, but these have got that sort of show characteristics, haven't they? See the halter mark on the heads, and like whether she'll take that into consideration, I wouldn't have thought so. But maybe
it'll be a difference between first and second.
Well, it might well be.
Those finer details might come into into play.
You're quite right. It could well be. This is a strong class. This is about as strong a class as of lambs as we've seen all day, isn't it?
Again, a popular breeds as well.
Well, she's doing has been doing a little bit of an elimination process, and several of the competitors now that are not in contention to come to the fore then are asked to leave, so it gives us that bit more room and that bit more distraction then for Mr. Gibbons to. You see the Grocott at the top of the line here at the moment, coming down the side, and we've seen himself coming to the fore very, very often in the show arena, both in the summer and in the winter. A beautiful pair of lambs, aren't they?
Yes, lovely.
And it's something eye-catching. We've talked about this, Erin, in the cattle, then the black is black, isn't it? You understand?
Yeah.
And there is that sort of show factor or X factor or whatever you want to call involved in them. And
the colour shines.
It does shine, indeed, yes.
It's strange to say, but it kind of glistens.
Well, it catches your eye, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
They're a beautiful pair of lambs there, to be fair, and really, really look exceptionally good.
Yeah, she's still debating, I think, having another look. Feeling the backs again.
I believe then Mr. Grocott is just helping out, because I believe these are Rhys Cook's lambs actually then, and the Alec Grocott on the left here then is helping him out, so she's given him once over, and they are a lovely pair of lambs. Tremendous show of lambs all up throughout then, isn't it? We witnessed some very, very good lambs all throughout the day in all breeds, and whoever is triumphant and comes to the top end of this particular show will have deserved it to have beaten all the competition that they have faced.
And I'm sure the ones that don't will be back next year stronger than as ever, wanting to have a chance again.
All sheep entries then were up to capacity this particular time, and they had to actually unfortunately turn some pairs away because they didn't have the room to accommodate them. So you can say that the show is at full strength this time, so whether they will increase it or not, I don't know. But anyway, we'll have to wait to come back to see what Mr. Gibbons decides in this particular class first.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Erin. The Clwyd Glamorgan Pavilion is where we're heading next, and here is with Anne Jones, who has been a steward in this pavilion during the day. We're in the floral art section, and thank you for the music was the theme, and you can see right in the middle, you can see the notes, musical notes coming down, and the treble clef right in the middle. But then when you look a bit higher up, you can see the white flowers and the leaves have been coloured black to replicate the notes on a piano. But what makes this so exceptional, obviously it's exceptional to look at, because this particular competition is foam free. You can't use an Oasis of any kind. So how can you keep it stable? What gives it its stability? But the difficulty is how they balance them together. And in the bowl at the bottom, they put some sand in there, packed it tight together, and dampened the sand, and that's what's keeping it all together. And this work is by Delith Price, and as Nia has just mentioned now that she's noticed her name in the floral art exhibition in more than one place.
Delith Price is a lady who lives in Llandaisant, Llangadog, up in Gwylio'r Farm, and has been no stranger to winning it. But a testament to the people then, Gareth, we are in late November. How do they manage to keep these flowers fresh? Growing them in the middle of July when we're in the Royal Welsh Show is an achievement on its own. But to get these flowers as good as this in the middle of November, well, I take my hat off them. It's a tremendous skill.
And then he has also mentioning as well as the the work that's gone into making these particular exhibits. It's the hard work that the judge singular has had to do, judging all these exhibits, which are in different categories as well.
Yes, outstanding, to be fair. I take your hat off to all exhibitors to produce such a tremendous and colourful display, isn't it?
Yep.
An attractive display, every single one of them.
Yep.
Patience and
technique.
And technique,
you know?
Yes, indeed.
Now then, Anne here was just mentioning that the previous exhibits we were looking at had glass as part of it, but this hasn't. But this you can see the shape. It's like a window in a church, isn't it? But he's used the flowers to add the colours.
Yes, and the stems of the flowers to create the frames in that, isn't it?
Now this is a different category.
Shades of grey.
Well, I think Nia's misunderstood. She said that this category was 50 Shades of Grey. No, Nia, it's just Shades of Grey. But one exhibit had 50 Shades of Grey down there. But you can see how that particular... I mean, it's an open book, isn't it? The category, like 50 Shades of Grey, of Shades of Grey, rather, is down to the individual,
well,
and that's how they interpret it.
That's quite right, and there is a lot of different shades of grey on show, isn't there, to be fair?
And it's all quite intricate as well, isn't it, when you look closely
it's the imagination. How do they arrive at sort of, I'm going to make this particular design or whatever? I mean, give credit, it's mind-blowing.
And here is the one that's come to the fore, and it's... I think she mentioned Christine Gilbert's name, who was responsible for that particular exhibit. And of course, if you're coming to the Winter Fair tomorrow, then it's well worth a visit. Right, let's head back to the horse marquee and rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're coming now to the end of the yearling Section A class. So this is for fillies or geldings. We saw them out their initial walk around earlier.
Ac fel ni'n gweld, mae yna dipyn o gystadlu, llwyth o gyffylau dal I fod yn mynd o amgylch, ond dyma'r 1-2-7-2 sydd yn gyntaf ar hyn o bryd, Thistledown.
You've talked, Rach, about numbers all day. I believe that the horse numbers are up on the year.
Yeah, they are slightly up this year.
What is that down to, then?
The A's are up to 139 in total. which is up on, I think, 94 of last year. So that's quite a nice increase. I think, not really sure why. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Quite a few shows this year have had lower entries in hand, but these A's here seem to have bucked that trend. We're slightly down on B's, which will be coming on later on in the day, but the colours that we saw earlier had gone up to a 61 from a 47 last year. So we've got a total of horse entries of 551 compared to 534 of last year. So, you know, if you can maintain that,
that's a lot of horses, isn't it, for a winter. As you alluded to before, then to get these horses up in show condition at this time of year is quite difficult.
Yeah, it is.
So to be fair to every exhibitor, has done a very, very good job and worked hard to get them to here in this stage then.
Yeah, and I think it's not just, you know, you see people here, the big studs are here, as we know, and you can see the big prefixes, which I assume is the same, you know, with the cattle and the sheep. And the pigs, you see the well-known breeders, and also I think the amateur people enjoy coming here. You know, they might have bought an animal with an entry year, they might have just got one foal, one mare, and they still come up and have a holiday, even though it's November and it's probably freezing cold in their caravans and lorries, but they come equipped.
Well, I suppose then this is a horse show at this time of year would be a rarity, realistically, isn't it? Because it is called summer shows, and horses are shown in the summer, so it's a hobby, obviously, for a lot of people. So then nice for them to say, put all the effort and all the work and all the food into to come out and get a prize in the winter fair.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. You know, if you put in all the effort in and the feed, you know, it's nice to get something out of it at the end of the day, and people just love this showground, don't they? We all know that, whether it's the summer or the winter show. The Welsh breeds especially, always huge entries here. Everyone wants to show a Welshie at the Winter Fair or the Royal Welsh Summer Show. But I don't know. I know other horse sports, in my opinion, maybe aren't as well supported. You know, your dressages, your show jumpings in the area of South Wales where I am in. But is that because there are a lot more venues now than years ago, or, you know, is it the credit crunch? I'm not really sure. I don't know the answer, to be honest. But there seems to be a lot of people keeping horses, which obviously is good for your farmers with your hay sales and your feed merchants. But I know there's a hay shortage in some parts of England. I don't think in Wales. But so we've got the winner now of this yearling filly or gelding class, and it's gone to the Thistledown stud, and this is Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Sugarloaf, and this filly was third actually in the yearling class, and now this is going to be in English.
But 2025, a winner yet again.
Yeah, absolutely ecstatic. I love this filly to bits, and I love the Winter Fair, so just,
Well, when she walked in, I have to say she took my eye, so I'm very pleased to say that she stayed top. You've got a championship coming up. You've got anything else up here?
I've got a Section B yearling filly as well for Sandy, and then that's me done.
Well, fantastic. You've started off as you mean to go on. Pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth. Good luck in the championships. A llongyfarchiadau.
Thank you.
So a very attractively marked filly there with the white splashes. So Sandy Anderson, a big supporter of the show, and as most of you would know, the face behind Grandstand Media and Horse of the Year show, and lots of very well-known Thistledown ponies on the show circuit. It'd be really nice if we could just get a nice picture of her, because she did move really well in the class. So we'll see her back for the Section A Championship a little bit later on.
Welcome back. And the heifers are all lined up. Let's head to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Erin.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Back in the cattle ring for another occasion in the day. And not quite too sure what class we're actually at the moment, but I do believe we moved on a little section, and we may well be in the steer section, in the pedigree Welsh black steer, because I do believe we have a new judge.
Yes, that's who I think.
Yes, indeed.
And who's the judge for this one?
We have skipped a little bit, and it's the pedigree Welsh black cattle.
And I believe it's James
Crichton, I believe.
From Cumbria, who is the judge for the steer class. And James is a beef farmer buying store cattle to fatten on grass only before selling to the local butchers. He finishes around 400 head a year on his 125-acre farm and sometimes sells them as breeding heifers.
He's also judged in the Agri Expo in 2021 and usually competes himself. He's never judged here in Llanelwedd before, and he's looking forward to doing so. Yeah, interesting, he's saying in a grass-based system, and that he's showing cattle. I don't think there'll be too many cattle coming into this show with on grass-based systems only, would there?
Well, I was going to make that comment, but I thought I better hadn't, so we'll leave that there.
Fair comment, yeah, fair comment. But anyway, Mr. Crichton here has the honour of judging all the steers throughout the day here, and as I alluded to before then, we've seen Mr. Mike Rowlands all day judging the heifers, and tomorrow they will have to join forces and judge the overall championship. So it's quite interesting. We see, as we've seen, judging the sheep all day. Certain judges have a slightly different style of judging there and that, but usually the lineup will be the same in terms of as from left to right in the cattle ring here. But who knows, maybe Mr. Crichton will be different, but I wouldn't have thought so. But we started off with whether this is his first pull-in, I'm not too sure, but...
Well, I'm seeing some familiar faces to me who are local. William Jones has got 3 entries in this class, as well as Arfon Williams. So, a few local faces for me.
Yes, indeed, fair dues. I'm not too familiar with not too many Welsh black cattle kept in my part of the world, and I don't personally think that I've ever kept too many Welsh black cattle myself, but nothing wrong with the breed. And,
no, they're a hardy breed.
Hardy breed that survives on the... designed and bred to survive on the harsher slopes of our country, our native country, and... yeah, renowned for their quality of meat, obviously. They're slow growing, and it's a native breed that has become stronger perhaps in recent years, as have native cattle in this particular country, with a premium paid in the abattoirs and across the counter for the quality meat, isn't it?
Yeah, and even though they might not be as classy maybe as our continentals or as shape, but there's some units as well, aren't they? If you're looking at them,
they're a big unit, yes, indeed. Yes,
they're square.
That's quite right.
But quite long-haired, I'm sure, and I'm sure it's been a job trimming them and washing them ready for the show.
Fair comment, yes.
Especially if, some of them have been out all summer and probably still out towards the beginning of winter.
I don't think these have been out for a while, no.
But as a breed, they are, quite
they're designed
hardy
to harsh conditions. Anyway, Mr. Crichton has made his decision, and it is number 85 that has come to the fore.
Yeah, of course. And
anyway, we'll see him, obviously, tomorrow.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Erin. Well, we join Nia, who's on the Meat Promotion Wales stall with Elwen Roberts and, of course, Ieuan Edwards. He opened, of Edwards of Conwy fame, of course, he opened the fair officially with his son Sean earlier this morning, and that was quite an experience, and it was very pleasurable, and the work continues. So what Elwen, what we're doing here is celebrating Ieuan's success as a company, Edwards of Conwy, and we're cooking a meal using the Welsh lamb meatballs that I believe is a new produce that's come from the Edwards of Conwy stable. Right, this has stemmed from the fact that we had a lot of success with the beef meatballs previously, so we thought, well, why don't we give it a go with the lamb meatballs? We've developed 5 different types of produce using Welsh lamb, and we'll be launching them over the months that are to come. But this is the first. It was launched in Tesco in September, and then we'll be launching other products in other places in the not too distant future. And of course, it's great to prepare a meal in a short space of time. And we don't usually get produce of this quality often. I mean, all the other meatball produces I've seen don't use meat from Wales. And what we've also used is we put garlic in it, we put rosemary in it to give it a different flavour as well. And it's something, you know, you can use it in several different ways. And another thing you can do with these meatballs is put them on the sticks, and you've got an instant kebab, as it were, when it comes to barbecue season. These don't look as if they're ready yet. Don't worry, Nia. It's that famous old line. Here's my prepared earlier. So yeah, and how often do you get a chance to eat the produce that you have in the shop? It's well, actually, the development of different produce takes quite a while. We're lucky. We employ cooks as well as butchers, and everybody is involved in the process of developing our produce. We sometimes we ask the customers what do they think before we actually launch them officially. And for us, you know, the Winter Fair is a very special event because this is yet another opportunity to get a reaction from the people who visit the show, and we get feedback from them. I mean, all Ewen has done is she hasn't added anything, because as we heard Ieuan mention earlier, the garlic and the rosemary is already in there, but you could put them with some tomato sauce, have some pasta with them, you could have them with some white yogurt and mint. You know, it's up to you how you use them. And just to mention something you mentioned earlier, Nia, it's a chance. There's a meal on the table within a space of maybe 20 minutes' time. Right, is it time to start tasting them or not? Yes?
Yeah,
but you mind you don't burn your tongue. Okay, what's the verdict? Yeah, you can taste the rosemary.
And what
I like as well, you've got 12 meatballs in a package, and there's plenty there for the family, and you can add to it. But, you know, you can have it on a barbecue, or you can have them in the pasta.
Yeah.
Well, they must be going down well. They want more than one. And Sean, the son, is in the audience, who opened the fair officially with his father earlier this morning. Don't talk with your mouth full. It's the wrong time to ask a question. Right, let's head back to the sheep ring, and we'll join Erin and Gerald again.
Yes, indeed, we're back to the sheep ring, and Mrs. Gibbons has been working tirelessly since we've been away, and Whether she's close to a decision or not, we don't know realistically yet, Erin, but...
well, we've had a bit of a move around, haven't we?
We have indeed, yes. So,
new pair in first place, potentially.
Yeah, a par Sophie Long on
beautiful pairs of lambs. I really like the blue Texel lambs, and exhibited as good as this is. Yes, to be fair, good example for the breed, aren't they?
Oh, of course, yes, and that's what it's all about, is showing off the breed, isn't it?
Quite right, and I think there's a sort of a bragging rights within the commercial ram breeding thing, that sort of fraternity that we've won the Winter Fair.
Well, of course, and as well, you know, you don't know who's watching. And they might think, well, I wish Santa Claus will bring me a blue Texel for Christmas.
Yeah,
you don't know, do you?
Yeah. You better buy one on your way out now tomorrow, then, yeah?
Yes.
Good amongst yourself, and you're training your dog on with a lovely couple of blue Texels. Buy 2 pairs when you're on, yeah?
Well, might as well.
There we go. She's made a decision, and it looks like as if it's number 604. Mr. Rhys Cook.
Wow!
He's come to the fore in the... And they will be delighted to have a good pair to go forward to represent the breed in the overall final.
And we'll have to wait for tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
But looking forward.
I'm not a betting person, but they look very good to me.
Yes. Has the blue Texels won before?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I know that Mrs. Gibbons herself actually came very close if she didn't win it 2 years ago, I believe.
I think so. First ever time bringing sheep to the Winter Fair. So,
Getting the red card?
yeah, over the moon, really.
Beginner's luck?
Yeah, maybe.
No, you've been around. You've been winning at the Rye Welsh a few times in the past.
Yeah, done all right, yeah. Just thought we'd have a go at the Winter Fair with a pair of lambs, and it's worked out so far, so see what tomorrow brings.
Well, you've had the bug, now you'll be back again.
Yes, hopefully.
And then, the Honourable Judge. I can't leave a Winter Fair without talking to Sarah Gibbons. I've been missing having winners' chats with you. Because I've missed the winners' chats with you this year.
I know.
We always have a coach when you win.
Where have you been?
How's it gone? How's the judging been?
Oh, lovely. I'm loving it. Loving it. And that pair I've just judged. Well, hard class, but super lamb.
What's so special about them?
Well, they just match so well. They handle the same.
They look so hard.
Oh, they are. They are. Put your hand on that. I mean, it's just, and they're both the same. They match so evenly. To get a pair is really quite difficult, you know.
I have to ask, what's best, judging or competing?
Well, I don't know. It's easier judging because you always win, don't you? Hey, I'm always right. Hey? Well,
as long as you don't get any black eyes by the end of the day, you'll be fine.
I'm going to do a runner when I finish.
Is the car started ready?
Pardon?
Is the car started already?
Yeah, it's outside.
Give you away.
With a chauffeur in.
Well, you're very smart anyway.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
Enjoy the rest of the judging.
I will. Thank you, darling.
Take care.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwen. Our time here with you on S4C is coming to a close. But before we leave you, let's head back to the horse marquee and join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're heading up to the Section A Championship now. So we can just see them in the background. Under our judge, Harold Zowit from Holland. Had some big classes. So the second filly foal in front of us is Menai Mon Alice. Getting quite excited. And I think we're going to see
Thomas Jones, of course.
The okay, so this is the colt foal. So this is Islyn Tarian, belonging to Megan Howe. Sorry, that was Thomas Jones's Friarly Rossin Hedd.
We have
no number. This is the second in the yearling filly class. But I'm afraid we have no number. He's not wore. John Middlecote hasn't worn a number for the class. I think it's in his pocket. So it's been a good crowd today up in the horse tent. And I feel that there's been quality right throughout the line. And a mixture of the producers and your studs getting theirs out. Sort of technically, this would be the last show of the 2025 season. And they'll be having Christmas, and then in January it'll be starting all over again. So they're all coming into line now. So Thomas Jones there having first and second in the filly foal class.
Ac mae'n gyfle perffaith I fod mor agos at y creaduriad hardd yma.
Ynddi'n bendant.
Top of the line was the yearling colt Tarfadine Page Boy.
So yw'r eiliad I ti syth I
Islyn Tarian there, the winning colt foal stood in front of us.
And
the second in the colt foal class, Four Oaks, the ringmaster. Interesting that some of these section A's have had a little light clip. I noticed a few earlier. Some of the exhibitors just lightly clipping out their fronts.
Yeah.
So I am hoping that we are going to get a result here. Harold's been very thorough all day. He has been up and down the line from the top to the bottom. Obviously also showing that the classes have been full of quality and obviously been taking a long time to deliberate. I'm hoping we can come back and show you a championship there.
I'm sure there'll be time, Rachel. In the meantime, we're going to join Aaron, who is with the hounds, and he's arrived just as they're about to judge the champion hound in show. That's what I think I heard him say.
See there with a young man that I know quite well, in Aaron Richards, from up there in Pimsaint. Be quite a keen follower of this local hunt up that part of the world.
And of course the hounds have been relocated for the winter show, or the winter fair rather.
Yes indeed, they've gone up to the top end of the showground there now, whereas they used to be just here there. There's John Hughes then from the Cowie and Cotty pack in Randamoyne, kennelled in Randamoyne with his Welsh hound.
So this is the overall champion then, so we'll have a Welsh, an English a hill and a fell.
I believe you're correct, yeah.
According to the
I believe
catalogue.
you're right, yeah.
And the gentleman in the middle making the vital decisions is Mr. Gerald Brown.
Gerald Brown, yes, I know himself quite well, and his son is Gerald, was a former grader, a lamb grader, many years ago, and then he became a fowl inspector and officer, and there we are. He's awarded to the Welsh to John Hughes of the Towie and Cotty Hounds, I think, who has a very good track record here in the show.
And he's taken his has he decided on his reserve.
Yr ail wobr yn mynd i'r ci Saesneg. Clobyn ag i.
In the reserve. I'm more used to Welsh hounds. Are we going to guess if that is a... It looks an English hound.
It is an English
to
hound.
me,
Actually,
but
the
the fell and the hills we were discussing earlier, that the fell hounds are lighter and more independent,
well,
to go on their own, if you like.
The breeds are designed basically, and the name is in the title of where they actually were hunted as of years ago, and the Welsh is renowned for hunting over rugged terrain and harsh rocks and that, and the as you alluded to, the fell hound is then in the fell country, where we may say more rolling country, isn't it? And then the English hounds are big, leggier type of hounds for speed across the
nice
flat ground of country, and the hill hound, I'm not too sure. It's a mixture realistically, isn't it? But then no, it is the Welsh triumphant over the English here at this present moment. Then.
It's a big strong hound.
They are a big strong hound, the English hounds are, yes indeed. Anyway,
nice to see. Nice that we did see them, yeah.
Quite right.
Well, we're going to stay with Rachel because we are going to return to the horse marquee.
As promised, we are, I think, going to see a championship. I know you're all sitting there with bated breath, thinking we'd left the Section A's without you knowing what the champion was. So as I said earlier, we've had, I think he's made his decision. He's taking his bowler off to tip his bowler, but having another good look. They're all very similar types. We haven't got any dramatic music to play, otherwise we could play you some dramatic music. So there's the Colt foals to the the cameraman is there we are. So we've got the yearling filly there, and there's the filly foal winner in shot now. He has decided. And as I said, at the end of the day, they're all quality ponies, and we can all have a favourite of our own. One person's opinion on that day, and 5 different judges with the same bunch of top-class ponies could give slightly different results. So, and there are always a lot of ringside judges. So there we go. So it's the yearling filly taking the championship, and this is Thistledown Sugarloaf. So Sandy Anderson's pony, shown by Liesl Mead, and this filly was 3rd at the Royal Welsh in the summer, and she's by Ilar Dakota, who was the Section A champion and overall supreme back at the Winter Fair in 2021. So this is in English.
Champion of the Royal Welsh Winter Fair. Is Sandy the breeder here?
He's not here. With a bit of luck, he'll be watching on his iPad.
Very happy, I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah. Over the moon. So
back for the Supreme tomorrow?
Definitely, absolutely.
Are you showing more?
One more in the bees.
Well, many congratulations. This filly is ready for her lap of honour.
Yeah.
Good luck in the championship tomorrow. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi.
Nid ar chwarae bach, mae rhywun...
So there we go, our Section A champion of a hotly contested section. Thistledown Sugar Loaf, owned by Sandy Anderson. I'm sure he will be absolutely delighted with that. And we'll be back with the horses tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Well, yes, our time here with you at the Winter Fair on day one is drawing to a close, and it's been quite a memorable day for Ellen Gwen Williams, the first ever winner of the Di Jones Llanillar Memorial Award. A day to remember as well for father and son, Ieuan and Sean Edwards of Conwy, who opened the fair officially earlier on this morning. Rachel and Erin, thank you very much for your company. I know you won't be joining us again tomorrow, unfortunately, but if you are here at the fair tomorrow, I hope you have a cracking time. Gerald, we'll be back in the morning. We'll do it all again.
And try anyway.
We will indeed. We'll be here at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be broadcasting until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But let's hear from Rachel and Erin quickly before they go. What's been your highlights of the day today, Erin?
Oh, I've just enjoyed seeing it all on camera in front of me without having to walk very far. But obviously, you know, seeing the quality stock here, it's been amazing, yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, same for me. I mean, I'm not, as everyone knows, I'm not a Welsh breed person as such, but the Section A's have been fabulous, lovely quality ponies right through the line.
And Gerald, what are you looking forward to tomorrow then?
Well, we've seen some exceptional good animals go forward in all sections, in the lambs and in the cattle. So seeing the two judges in the cattle joining forces to select their overall champion. And obviously in the lambs, we have an independent judge come forward in the lambs to pick the final pair of lambs. Good animals to be on show, good judging tomorrow should be fine.
And all the auctions to follow. The drama is yet to come. That'll be tomorrow, but for today, it's goodbye.
Helo bawb, ydych chi eisiau gwybod beth sy'n ar y ffordd ar yr awr fawr heddiw? A fi hefyd, dyma nhw. Mae'r pizzas bychain yn mynd am bicnic heddiw. Dathlu penblwydd twm fyddwn ni wedyn yn pentre papur